Such dramatic music. Oh my god. Alright, let's try this a second time, chat. Hello, hello. Are we functioning with no lag? Because that should be what just got fixed. Oh god, please. Don't have network problems again, I swear. Speed test. Let's make 100% sure. I'm getting PTSD already. Yes! Oh god. Oh no. Maybe not. Oh no. Maybe just because I'm doing a speed test on my PC. Don't even tell me again it's having problems. Please don't. No, 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 no. I swear, if this doesn't work after the... No, this should work. Okay, chat, can you see it? Doing a speed test while the network is stressed out might just have a bad reading. I think we're okay. We're gonna act like it's working. Okay. We're gonna act like everything is fine. Haven't seen any buffering yet. Perfect. Alright, for those interested, TLDR. The old router that was given to me by my ISP absolutely sucks. And, it broke so bad that I could not stream. But I was able to remove it, use my old router, and, everything seems to be fine. Seems to be. It says I'm dropping frames, which is freaking me out, though. But according to everyone in chat, everything's fine. So thank you, Coliosis Crazy Kid, again, for being botnet general or leader. If you want a special thank you at the start of stream, you should join. I think we should just get right into this because, oh my god. If we still have connection problems, I'm turning off the kick stream again, but we're gonna try not to need to do that. All right, let's do it. Hey guys, I'm back for another stream. After 3 hours of diagnosing connection problems and freaking out about that, I think we're okay. So hi, we're back. I haven't streamed in a week and a half. Now the reason for that is this update is really good. And at the same time, it's kind of annoying. Not a lot of video content that I've been up to, but a lot of grinding, getting attributes out of the way. So there's going to be a little bit of a jump scare. And I hope the stream doesn't die. I think we're just going to have a little bit of PTSD for the first like 20 minutes of stream. But if it keeps working, again, no complaints. So we're chilling. But anyway. Yes, I've been doing a lot of grinding, a lot of foraging. And as it turns out, getting Starlin gifts is really annoying when your RNG is bad. And this is one of the first times my RNG's been bad. I did 40 hours of foraging finally to get 20 Starlin gifts in addition to the 100 mangrove stones, whatever they're called, and fig stones. So altogether, that should be enough to purchase the new pet, the jade dragon. And I cannot wait to get it and grind for it. It's been 500 million coins. Ooh, that's gonna suck. But anyways, if you enjoy this Hypixel content and you would like to see more, a way to support me, as well as yourself, is to use code ThirtyVirus in the Hypixel store. You get 5% off, I get a kickback, everybody wins. So with that said, let's log into Hypixel. Oh, I have to 2FA first because my IP changed like 3 times. Hold on. Un moment. Let's 2FA. I think this needs to be accessible for everybody, not just YouTubers. Un moment. Okay. Aha! We are now in. Yeah, it took a long time to fix the stream, but I think we are chilling now. There are no... It's called Mancore, right. There are no complaints so far. Fingers crossed. Hopefully everything's working now. So, hello. Welcome back to Hypixel SkyBlock. I was about to crash out, bro. You have no idea. Like, that connection issue... 2 hours of diagnosing router problems is like my personal hell. It's actually terrible. But anyways, we're finally here. And I want to show you... Right here! 20 Starlin prizes! Ah! And in addition to that, I have another 5 down here because I've been trying to get Agatha tickets to spend on crows for fusions. But we don't need to worry about that right now. So the first thing I want to do on stream is go into the sacks. You might notice 100 Mancore, 100 Figstone. And of course, if I dip into my bank, unfortunately we're dipping below 1 billion again. Because the freaking... You'll see in a minute. 500 million. Whew. That's a third of my cash. This NPC right here, Kiara, the best and worst thing ever. I love this because all of these attribute shards are so annoying to fuse for. It takes so many shell-wise to get these 3. Or these 2. I don't remember how to get eels. But Gecko is also really, really important for fusions and saves so much time. So, excellent thing to have, but it costs a lot of money. It's like 10 mil a day. So, well, it's like more like 6 or 7 mil a day. But still, I need to start making money again. But in the meantime, I think it's time, finally, to go and grab ourselves a jade dragon. Also, another thing I did off camera. This is going to look really stupid. I maxed out my abyssal armor. -1 epic gemstone. But don't worry about that. But look at all of this, bro. I did not grind for all these perfect gemstones just for this. I had them in reserve. I had so many overflow aquamarine and citrine just by me having like some obsession with having all the gemstone slots not filled up. But whatever, it's fine. Perfect citrine, yeah, it doesn't, yeah, there's no point in any of this. But if new gear is added in future foraging updates, I am definitely going to cannibalize the ones from here. But for now, extra net worth. So, let us equip our flying fish as well as our abyssal armor. And it's time to use my excellent navigation skills to find the deepest part of the cave, which I believe is this way. We go all the way down to the Jade Dragon's lair. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Ooh! That was weird. Did I just... Oh, that was weird. I don't know why that happened. Halt, fledgling mortal. You desire one of my previous... I can't talk, dude. You desire one of my precious emerald eggs. Know that they come at a price, measured in emeralds and treasures beyond imagining. Oh, they didn't change the dialogue. On the alpha server, it cost emeralds, but no longer. It requires 500 million coins, a shiniest, and 100 Figstone and Mancore. And I just realized I need to buy that. I need to convert the Starlin prizes to a shiniest. I am so smart. So incredibly smart. Let's go to the shop and buy a shiniest. There we go. Now let's go back to... that's so anticlimactic. Let's go back down there and do that again. Okay. Attempt number 2. Hello. What's up, everybody? I know we're all just getting back into stream here. But no, I do not think it will fail this time. It says that 24% of frames are dropped, but not a single person's complaining about it. I think what's happening is that OBS's way of calculating that only accounts for one stream, and I'm streaming to 3 places at once. So maybe it's judging based off the cumulative bitrate of everything. I don't know. It's stupid. But as long as you guys can see it, that's fine. Yeah, 0 of 9,600 frames dropped in YT. Perfectly. Perfect. So no frames dropped. So anyways, we are here. We have a shiniest, and we have the 200 various stones, which by the way are worth like 20 million coins, but it doesn't matter. I'm an Iron Man. It took forever to grind though. You purchased a jade dragon egg. You know, me personally, I don't think that's what an egg looks like, but I'm not Steph. Anyways, successfully added jade dragon egg to your pet menu. Ooh. And by the way, off camera this happened. You can't see it, so I'm gonna do that. My second phoenix, I got to level 100 through XP share. But we're gonna keep it on the EXP share, because at some point I'll probably upgrade it to legendary, maybe if a pet item becomes useful with it, but whatever. Let's switch to our jade dragon egg, and I'm assuming it works just like a golden dragon and gives absolutely nothing until you get it to level 100. Yeah, hatches at level 100. Okay. So to start this off, I am so glad I planned ahead. I have 12 ultimate carrot candies and a caduceus feeder. So before we do anything, we are going to feed the egg. That again... Oh, now it looks like an egg. Okay. Oh, imagine if I accidentally clicked through that. Have fun? No? What do you mean no? Why are you saying no? We're not putting the carrot candies on it. We're putting the caduceus feeder. Oh my god, I got it already to level 72. It doesn't add any NBT data. We're chilling, chat. We are being chilling. I'm not gonna just put carrot candies on. Yeah, the first pet I'm gonna put carrot candies on this profile is gonna be the jade dragon. No. Have fun leveling the pet? Oh, I will. I will. Oh, and here's the other thing. You can't see it yet, but one of the perks on Jade Dragon gives you foraging fortune per digit in your mangrove collection. So I've been prioritizing it. We're at 6.3 million out of 10 million max. So I think to start off stream, I'm going to go forage some mangrove. I'm going to show you my spot that I've been kind of obsessed with. Okay, scheduled reboot. I think Badline's broken because my scroll tip's not working. It goes down, but nothing goes... Yeah, there's... you have to screw with the settings a little bit. I don't remember specifically, but whatever. Just mess around with it. There is a scrollable tooltip setting somewhere. You can put egg in the XP share so that it gets XP while doing other pet stuff. I'm aware of that, but I plan on just gunning it directly for hatching the egg and then putting a foraging XP boost on it. So where's my spot? Should be right here. Yes. Oh, by the way, this is with no pet stats. I still get nearly... Oh, hold on. I need to wear the right armor. So if you guys remember from the last few times we played this, David's cloak, the mangrove equipment, and by the way, 102 sweep on the David's cloak mythic. That is maxed, by the way, for those curious, on top of a groovy fig armor set that is again maxed out with the Moonglade Figstone Splitter Recon, 2 perfect gemstones, all the boosters, first impression 5. It has absorbed 8. We're working on it. Anyways, all of that contributes to just under 1,000 foraging fortune and 454.5 sweep. Oh, and that's the other thing too. I've been leveling up my Heart of the Forest. It's maxed out now. And this is the perk arrangement I picked. Ignore the Steves. I kind of ignored the right side almost entirely. I didn't get any abilities because they all have to do with throwing the axe. And throwing axes currently is completely useless. Even the homing one, which is supposed to auto aim at a log, doesn't even hit the logs. Like, you can throw it directly at a log and it will not break. So throwing is just completely broken right now. You could say the admins are throwing. Sorry. That was so stupid of a joke to make. And I guess, let me see. There is one thing I wanted to show. There's a menu that I find kind of interesting. I think it's if I talk to David. Yeah, let's talk to David and then go to... No, this is all hunting. How do you get to that menu that shows like your sweep efficiency? Like how many blocks it can break depending on its resistance. I don't know how to get to that menu. But I want to show that. So it puts in perspective what exactly sweep is. It's swoop. Oh, it's swoop. Oh, slash tree gifts. Ah, here it is. So you can see a better example here. So with mangrove, which I'm doing now, it has a 25 resistance. You go from branches to trunk to roots. With your 383 sweep, you would cut 12.8 mangrove logs in a row. Because it is a 50 toughness, right? It says right there at the top, 50 toughness. And fig trees have 7 toughness. Oh, hold on. I have to hold the axe. You're right. Hold on. There we go. With your 450 sweep, you would cut 13.4 mangrove logs in a row, which means 13 logs with a 40% chance of a 14th is my guess. 50 toughness, but with fig, it's only 7 toughness, which means that same 450 sweep would cut 17 logs instead of 13. So there you go. Oh, here's the other thing too. Sounds mod, phantom, turn all these down. There we go. I'm just gonna turn my overall volume down because it is very, very annoying. What is swimming and making all this freaking noise? Is it you? Switch your reforge to forceful for forest strength. I barely have the perk leveled up. It doesn't matter. So I don't know how realistic it is on stream today to hatch the egg. I might just have to do a bunch of work off camera to do that, but we'll give it like 10-20 minutes and then we'll determine where we want to be. Breaking one tree got it a level up, so maybe we could do this on stream. Who knows? I do get foraging fortune or foraging XP extremely fast. I have the perk in Heart of the Mountain maxed out for foraging wisdom. Easy to hatch? Okay. I mean, like I said, I do have the perk maxed out, and I just Caduceus fed it. Personally, I use missile because when breaking trees, I hold left and right click. Gross. Also, I might need to find a lobby because there are people fighting me for the trees right now. It is funny how they said in the update, like, oh, you're encouraged to work together. No, I still want all the trees to myself. Leave me alone. Leave me in my spot alone. Why are you not using a resource pack? Because the game updated and my texture pack didn't. And I'm honestly so busy and just absolutely like frazzled by just everything going on right now, overwhelmed, that I haven't gotten to it. And yep, that's a thing. Oh, and here's the other thing, a little bit of a jump scare. Look at all of the maxed out shards we have. So right about here, so we have a row +2 on this page of maxed out attributes, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then another row. 4 pages plus 3 rows of maxed out attributes, bro. I've been busy. And you can see by the waypoints, we have a bunch of Invisibug locations marked. I'll show that in a minute. But I think what we're going to do later on in the stream is grind out some more attribute shards that I have on my shopping list. I have about 10 of them. So I'm hoping we can get roughly a level of SkyBlock XP. Oh, that reminds me of another jump scare. Yeah. We're getting close to level 500, guys. As a matter of fact, the video I'm supposed to upload today is celebrating level 480. So, we've been going up in SkyBlock levels extremely quickly. I got jump scared by that checking your PV earlier today. And for those curious, I'm only like 3 SkyBlock levels behind Zach. I think the time might be rapidly arriving where I pass Zach Plays at SkyBlock level. It has only taken 2.5 years. Oh yeah, I'm leveling this thing up very quickly. I only broke like 5 trees for that level up. This might be in the bag. But yeah, foraging mangrove is kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I still need to participate in the contest despite having all the shiniest, or whatever these are called, the Starlin prizes I need. Because we need so many tickets to get the crows required to attribute fuse all of the shards. Like, we're gonna need thousands of crows, so tens of thousands of tickets. So that's gonna be fun. My guess is that we're probably gonna max out the mangrove and fig milestones, which are like 5,000 each or something like that. Hold on, let me /tree gifts. Where is it? Yeah, this. I need 5,000 of each tree broken. We're probably gonna max them both out and still need to keep going. That's how annoying crows are. Can you not craft sparrow or the other ones? I have 4 chicken minions down, but it's not enough. Also, I need to max out those shards now. I guess technically, if I were to just go absolutely nuts and have like 30 chicken minions down, it's possible. I might do that. I need help with Badline. I don't see entity names through walls. I only see gray box. Yeah, pretty sure that's just a bug. You should report that. I can't fix it. Oh yeah, here's the other thing too. I've been going passively for core lots and I have nearly 800 shards now. I'm just gonna get rid of them just so that like they don't bother me with the sounds. But like, yeah, that very annoying to go for those. So now that I think stream has been confirmed to have started and we're not dropping frames and everything's chilling, let's read some donos. Becentennial, thank you for 51 months of member. Phantoms Gamer, 59 months of member. Saying boop. That was 3 hours ago on the failed version of the stream that's already been deleted and you didn't see it because connection problems. It was just me complaining about paying for 8 minutes. I was actually crashing out, bro. It was not good. But we're chilling now. We're chilling. You never need that many axolotl shards, though. Oh, I'll find a way. I think one of them has like 300, and there was another that has like 200. So, yeah. Safe to say, I hope that's enough. I have a feeling it might not be. We'll see. I'm not sure. Have you done the Hina quests? No. There are 2 more things I need to do, one of which I want to address on stream. We need to fish the fish. Again. Thank you, Hypixel. And we also need to mob the fish. So, I love when RNG is locking SkyBlock XP. I absolutely love it. It's so good. Best feature in the game. Especially when you've already gotten the drop and then they update adding a requirement to get the drop, but you can't get your past progress redeemed, so you have to drop it again. Thank you, Hypixel. Stream is definitely running, but bitrate on YouTube is awful. I mean, if it's only a YouTube's problem, then I think that's a YouTube specific problem. No? How's Twitch doing? How's stream quality on Twitch? I bet Kick is probably perfect because that's always how it be. If you join an Ent party, you can get fish and mob doing the same activity. Okay, so get back to me on that in like 30 minutes because I do want to do that. the other goal for today's stream is to max out the bestiary of all the mobs on the, or at least go for it. I'm not sure if we're going to actually max it, but I want to get the bestiaries for this island done. Because after Jade Dragon and the bestiaries, all that's really left is attribute shards and I think that's it. I think it's just the attributes after that. Once we get the Hina quest done, which will get done simultaneously with the bestiary. So, put the boosters in your deleter. But what if they make it so you could salvage them, man? For that forest essence that has no purpose now because I maxed out the shop, other than wooden bait. I think they should decrease the price of wooden bait to like maybe 25. That would be reasonable. Then I can spend all of my essence on it and use it to get another attribute shard. Or make it cost the same and make the chance of whatever the drop is be much higher for the attribute shards from fishing. Because that's a problem. What do you think about Hypixel deleting gambling from SkyBlock? It's not going to happen. Well, they did with the pet thing, I suppose, but... I guess it's better for, like, progression in the early game. Like, it's easier to understand, but I do kind of... I'm going to miss the gambling aspect. Even though I'm not really much of a gambler personally. As long as my own money's not on the line. It's fun. JSJ, thank you for the $5. Hey, 30, what do you think Technoblade would say if he could see modern SkyBlock? I mean... he'd probably be horrified of Garden. Yeah, I feel like he'd be absolutely horrified of Garden. But other than that, I think this update he would have liked a lot. But nah, he would have been like, nah. Potatoes. Well, I mean, it would make it easier to do the potato war, but I don't know. I don't know. I kind of like the pet craft design. I haven't used it personally, going from like common all the way up to like legendary using cat. So like, it's probably fine. Recipe mang. And then we do that. Oh. Now there's a few attributes I'm really looking to gun for this time. Let me pull up my list. I have a list that you guys might be interested in. We need Hydon. It's not Hydon, it's Hydon, right? Hydon Cave. We need... well, we don't need Hydon Gift, but it's cheap, so I'm going to get it. Wyvern. Already got Bal. That's still on my list, but I did it off camera. Lava Flame. Sparrow. Seagull. Cuboa. That one's important. Lunar Moth. Stalagmite. Tenebrous. That one's a scary flashback. If you know, you know. Mimic and Falcon. So, yeah. Now, the reason why, I believe it's Hydon Cave, makes it so that your... Correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't it make it so you get more drops from Nucleus runs? I think. And then Cuboa makes all the cube attributes stronger, which in turn gives me even more stuff from Nucleus runs. We've already maxed out that thing in the Diamond Essence shop that gives you more chance for drops. Like, I want to make Nucleus runs as easy as possible before I go for Devondrill and Fortune 4 and Lapidary books, I believe. And then Precious Pearls if I get really lucky. Preferably, I don't want to have to do 1,000 runs of the Nucleus, because it is very annoying, especially without the Jungle Temple skip. YouTube's giga lagging. Well, we're just gonna have to deal with it. I'm sorry. If you're watching on YouTube and you're buffering, go to twitch.tv/ThirtyVirus. And while you're there, if you have a Prime sub, like Amazon Prime, you should redeem it. It helps me out a lot. And you get to watch without ads. And there is the Kick stream as well, kick.com/ThirtyVirus. It isn't giga lagging. I mean, at some point it might just be your connection. Not to throw blame. I mean, I am the guy that had to end my stream after 8 minutes because my router was dying, but we're chilling now because I'm using a different router. How many nucleus runs have you done? Probably like 300 at this point. I did 100 before they added it to the SkyBlock XP menu, then did 200 more because they didn't give me progress in the thing. All without a Devon alloy drop. Big sad. And you know what's even more big sad? I only got like 25% RNG meter progress when they added that, but only for the 200 runs I did in the SkyBlock XP menu. So it's like barely anything. It's like 50 runs to 60 runs I got credit for. I'm not happy about that. I wish they did a system where it's like, if they're afraid of the market getting flooded, they should have just incrementally given back all the progress in the meter over the course of like 6 months. I would have been happy with that, but no, they had to just invalidate 75% of the runs. Hypixel really has a problem with just crediting players for their past wasted time thanks to an update. It's really getting aggravating, I'm not gonna lie. There's only so much complaining I could do though, because, you know, what can I do about it? Do 100 in one stream and I can almost guarantee that you'll experience Warden Heart levels of luck. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I've gotten such good RNG up until this point, it might have been expended, especially with the stupid Starling gifts. Like, I went like 20 contests in a row with only like one gift. It was bad. And then as soon as I get 20, of course I get 5 more immediately. That's how it always goes. Ugh. The issue with their current thing is that they're only delaying the inevitable because players will now stack XP from T5s, meaning that they will eventually redeem their guaranteed Primordial Eye. Oh, you're talking Spider Slayer. That my suggestion with Nucleus runs is what they're doing with Spider Slayer. I don't know, man. Just let people have the thing they earned, right? I mean, we're spending so much time playing your game. The least you can do is give us what we're supposed to have. Like, come on. Screw the prices. Like, screw the market. Like, it'll adjust over time. Just give us what we deserve. Like, think of rat pets. Like, don't they have an actual value now? Well, probably not, actually, because now people have optimized grinding rats. But, like, there was a time when rats were pretty rare, and rat pets had, like, an actual value, despite for, like, a month dropping, like, stupid commonly. I don't know. I'm just annoyed. And they ruin the market on items anyways. It's not like they don't already do that. There's so much I would change if I was in the staff team. I would have a field day, a field week, as it were, fixing everything that has been aggravating me for years. Tree cap 70k now, used to be millions. Exactly. Exactly my point. Like, they didn't need to do that. They didn't need to do that. You know what they should have done with tree cap? They should have given you extra stats on the foraging islands, like the other kinds of wood, so that it's still the best. Because people told me it was, but honestly, with the insane amount of sweep on this, there's no way. There's no way tree cap is best on the foraging islands now. Like, I would have enjoyed having, like, a reason to... Or, like, we do have a reason. It's wooden singularities. But I would have really appreciated a meta centered around getting all those other wood types using tree cap and have it still be expensive. But no. Oh, and I'm still annoyed about this one. The silky spools. They're worth, like, 1 coin. They used to be worth millions. Millions. They made them drop from Arachne when they could have just... I have a lot of criticisms, a lot. If I had a choice with that one, I would have removed it from the Arachne loot pool, added it back, but more common from Tarantula Broodmother, give people a reason other than bestiary to kill the boss, make it so by the time you've killed like 100 of them, you get all 9, so like maybe have it be like a 10% drop for the spool. Especially now that it warns you in chat when it's gonna spawn. Like, I think that's a suitable grind. That would have made sense. They're still on Broodmother? Well, I mean exclusively, though, and at 10% drop rate. That makes the most sense. It used to be guaranteed from Broodmother. Yeah, but that was back when Broodmother was like a mystery. You wouldn't even know when it's gonna spawn unless you like find someone that's actively grinding it, go to their profile, and then search their inventory and their backpacks for spools, and then check the time that the spool spawned. And then you're able to add an hour to that, and that's when the next one would spawn. That was such a big brain strat. I miss those times, man. I loved that. That was so big brain. I just go to that person that's AFKing in the lobby and just check. I do like new foraging overall, though. Like, this update specifically, I have very few complaints of, other than the axe throwing. I think it sucks. Axe throwing needs an overhaul. It needs to be way better. Way more worth. Like, look at that! Look at that! What is that? And there shouldn't be a sweep penalty. I don't think there should be a sweep penalty. Why aren't you using Maniac Slicer ability? Because I told you, all the abilities suck. And I'm gonna forget. Because the throw is so useless. And it gives you like 50 sweep, which isn't that insane. It's like an extra block of mangrove. I don't really care. Especially when I could do this without even moving and take out a whole tree. Like, whatever. I think that it should be long arms as an ability where you get an extra block of reach. Now that I would like. Maybe even 2 extra blocks of reach. I mean, I like the idea of an axe throw, but I think it needs to auto aim. Like, it needs to guaranteed, if you're aiming at a log, it hit the log. I don't want to like calculate, oh, if I hit it at this exact corner, then it's probably not going to do it. So I have to look directly at the block. I want, like, no, it's annoying. I wonder what happened to the Pico Nimbus. It used to be so good. What do you mean what happened to Pico Nimbus? Did they do something? It was always kind of like... Oh yeah, they did nerf it, didn't they? I think they did. Yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with a lot of the balancing decisions in this game. But I am saving all of my boosters, and I have up until this point. I have double chests full, just in case you could salvage them later. Explain the title. I bought a Jade Dragon, and we just got it to level 80. It cost 500 million coins. Oh, being below a bill hurts so bad. Should I just sell the excess wood? Would that be a waste? Probably. I'm also gonna need it to craft attribute shards, specifically the bird ones. Rich player problems. Yeah, I don't know. It's good to see that we have almost 400 viewers again on Twitch. Or on YouTube. On Twitch would be crazy. Oh, right. I have to close my door. Ugh. My roommate told me he has a Zoom meeting, so to keep things quiet, I have to close my door. It's gonna get so hot in here. I already look like... my hair looks greasy, like Italian dude greasy. I don't know why, but it's gonna get worse. Yes, I got the internet working correctly. Egg. Yes, we did get the internet working correctly. Well, not fun fact, but suggestion to anybody that uses Frontier internet: ditch their stupid Eero router. That thing is horrible. Horrible. Terrible. Bad. It sucks. Just use your own router. And then if they try to force you to use an Eero and then they install it and then you try to put your old one back and it doesn't work, you have to turn off the unit in, typically in the garage. You have to turn that off, unplug it for like 15 minutes, then plug in your new router, then plug back in the other. It's so annoying. I hate it. I hate it. Make it so that you can ether warp on the carpets? Is that not a thing already? What? That's trash. Why not? That's another thing I would fix if I was able. What's your favorite color? I'll be honest, I don't care for such trivial questions, but if I had to give an answer, it would be perhaps, well, it depends. If it's technology, black. Matte black is the best look for any piece of technology. Not the shiny one that collects fingerprints. But if it's going to be, I don't know, a car, gunmetal gray is kind of cool. It's got like a green tint to it a little bit. If it's, I don't know, clothing, I like to wear dark colors. Again, black. Yeah, shiny black just looks like plastic and cheap. I don't know. I used to say red when I was a kid, but I have no reason for red to be my favorite color. It doesn't really make me feel any certain way. I don't really care. Some people would think green because of my branding, but like green just makes sense with my channel's art. I don't know, like the Matrix and all the code stuff. Is that the only chat he reads? Now, Twitch chat's below my face, but I see a combined feed of all chats. Would you recommend doing Crystal Hollows commissions or Dwarven Mine commissions for Heart of Mountain? I would do Crystal Hollows until you can do Glaciate Tunnels. That's where you get the most XP. Especially once you get into like a rhythm. You can do them really fast. Is there an equivalent to Sky Mall in Heart of the Forest? Yes, and I have it enabled, and it is lottery. It's not that great. It's alright. It's whatever. Level 80 on the Jade Dragon in the first like 30 minutes of having it. Not so bad, huh? What is that, like a quarter way XP wise, or is that like 3/4? No, I think by level 90 it's half. It's hard to say. I think it's a quarter way. I'm pretty sure. It's not 10%. No, we're talking to level 100, not 200. 91 to 92 is half. Yes, there's a good chance I'm gonna just have to do the rest of foraging off camera. So let's get one more legendary contest, which should be like 3 or 4 minutes of foraging, and then let's move on to something else. And we'll work on the Jade Dragon off camera, and we'll get it to level 200 on stream. But in the meantime, I'll just do more contests with it. Level 80 in 30 minutes? Well, to be fair, I used the Caduceus feeder twice, which gave it a good chunk of XP, like 4 million. Aren't fig trees better for XP? I need 10 million mangrove to max out the perk, and I'd prefer we exclusively grind mangrove until then, because I have no other purpose for fig. And I guess the other benefit too is if I take care of mangrove first, getting the maxed out perk Jade Dragon level 200 is going to make getting 5,000 fig trees like stupid easy. And then we could just, like, I don't know, speed run the rest of foraging. Level 80 is 23%. Okay, yeah. So we're just gonna get one more legendary contest, and then we're gonna be done for now. It feels good to have working internet again. I was really like freaking out this morning. It's like I was having questions like, is my career even going to work anymore? I keep having these router problems. We've had 10 tech visits in 6 months. Honestly, I should find like another fiber internet provider and just get it in addition to Frontier and just have them both. And if one fails, I switch to the other one. That would be an excellent idea, honestly. A backup. I mean, my job is having internet, right? So like, that's a good business expense, having a backup network. Especially if they're separate. Completely separate, even to the box at the end of the road. The question is, I don't think any other providers do fiber optic in this neighborhood, so that might be a problem. What anime are you big on? I haven't really been watching one in recent times. I had a friend try to get me into Dan, but honestly, it's a little... I don't know. There's some scenes that make me uncomfortable. I'm gonna be real. It's a little, I had another friend try to put me on Naruto, but honestly, I can't be bothered. Yeah, I don't know. I've yet to find another anime I really want to get into. I saw the first season of Sword Art Online. That was excellent, but the second season, it was like, oh, what, they have butterfly wings now? Like, what? Okay. Sure. Demon Slayer? I'm up to date on that one. I think there is a new season coming out soon, so that might be good. I used to sketch a lot of the characters. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, it's too bad that I don't know. The second season, I watched most of it. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't, like, mind-blowing like the first season was. I don't know. Something about it just didn't seem right to me. Second season's goofy. I wish they just continued with the same ideas. Well, the thing is, like, I like the... Okay, this might be spoilers, but I like the concept of having to go back in to save somebody that's stuck in the system. But, like, why did they have to make the game they're playing so lame? You know? Like, ugh. I like the plot points. It's just the scene isn't really all that interesting to me. Squid Game? My favorite anime. Oh, good. Legendary contest. We're done. For those that were getting bored, we can move on. Maybe we'll do some more foraging later, but boom. That is 100 Agatha coupons. Here, let's buy some crows. We bought 11. Okay. What I've been doing lately is just going in here. I believe I just maxed out Condor before stream. Somewhere. Right here. Yeah. Okay. So what should the next one I buy be? Probably Falcon. Ironically, the higher the rarity of the shard, the less of them you need to max it, and sometimes it's actually cheaper to get a maxed out legendary shard with fusion. It's a little goofy. Let's open Sky Shards and look up Falcon. Yeah, it's Crow and Glacier Walker. You need 48 of them, which is kind of cringe. But it's better than the 90-something you need of a common one. 96. Or no, is it even more? It might be even more. Okay. Unless there's an epic bird type, I think we're just gonna make Falcon. So, Crow plus Glacier Walker. Oh, you get 2 each. That's actually kind of good. I only got 4 right there. That's kind of cringe. Ugh. Toucan? Oh, they already have... Do I have toucan? I do have toucan. Okay. So with that out of the way, let's put away all of our stuff here. Oh yeah, by the way, I maxed out the signal enhancers for the beacon. So that's a thing. I've been getting so many first impression and missile books that I just don't need, but whatever. So we can put all that away. And I think now might be a good time to... What do we start with? I'm thinking bestiary, maybe. Let's look at my list. I have a list of things I want to do today. So we took care of Jade Dragon. I took care of Bal earlier. Okay. Let's kill a few things. And then I think it's off to fishing. So let's start with... Galatea. Let's finish killing chills. Yeah, we're about halfway done killing chills. Oh, actually, first, let's kill the Tots. Those are easy. We can get that done super quick. Let's murder some drowned. There's a built-in search bar in the attribute menu. Yeah, but I don't care. That's not where I'm supposed to go. How many attributes do you have max now? 4 pages and 3 rows. I'm catching up, Zach. Only 3 levels away. It's gonna happen soon. I'm pretty much level 496 now. Now, how do I... Is it here? It is here. Let's kill these. W, let's go. Oh, my damage sucks. Hold on. We'll bring out the Jade Dragon again later. There we go. Let's max out this bestiary quick. Gotta kill like 200 of them. What's the best fish IRL? The best fish. Are we talking best flavor or best utility overall? Because I feel like whatever they use to make fish sticks and like fish fillet, it's probably, and they use it as well with fake crab meat. It's used everywhere. It's very good. Well, it's not the tastiest, but it's very useful to the market and makes a lot of tasty foods. But just on its own, I don't know, salmon maybe? I don't know. I like some salmon. Get a nice sear on it in the pan. I think people are crazy with sushi. I just don't understand it. The texture is awful. The flavor is just salt and like vague, a little bit of flavor. I'd rather cook my fish personally. I don't understand sushi. Lots of omega-3 and salmon too. Yeah, it's very healthy. In moderation, obviously. A lot of calories. I like certain kinds of sushi. I've yet to find one I really like. I don't know. And the other thing too is the texture's awful if you have texture issues like I do. So it's like the seaweed is like kind of dry and crunchy, which is fine. But when you combine it with like rice and like, eh. My favorite fish thing is probably those like fake crab rangoons where it's not crab, it's actually whitefish. But it's mixed with like cream cheese and like a fried wonton. Like, You can't get much better than that. It's one of my favorite foods ever. Why is damage so low? I don't know. I have no idea, actually. I have a golden dragon out. I might be spec'd into mage. Oh! No way! Oh, that was so lucky! Oh my god. We just got mobbed the fish. Let's freaking go. RNG carried, yes. Ah, I'm so glad I don't have to go and do that. Oh my god. That was actually perfect timing. Let's freaking go. Beautiful. Now all I have to do, I guess, is, I don't know. What should I do next? I guess fish the fish once we get to fishing, hopefully. I'd probably have to go out of my way to get it, though, because it's a treasure. That's annoying, dude. I mean, it'd be good for talking to chat, though. Catching up with you guys. When's the return to the garden for the attributes? I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, I was supposed to make a video about maxing garden again after they added the fine flower, but now there's warty bugs, which gives you a chance for warty or something, and it's another Carolyn item. I don't know when that video's coming out. I think I'm just gonna have to release it once I get the baker contact and just make another another farming video to take care of the attributes and the warty bugs. Like, it's insane. The garden is just this demon that I can't get out of my life. I keep thinking it's over and it's not. The admins need to stop adding farming updates. No, they just need to add all of the Carolyn items at once. I don't know which ones are left. Oh, and that's the other thing too. Backwater Bayou added the freaking the mushroom one. Is there any other crop that doesn't have a Carolyn item? I think cocoa bean. I don't know. They need to get that out of the way and then make the composter actually do something. And the solution to that is super easy. They just need to make NPC sell price something good for compost so it profits, so that Iron Man players can actually make use of the thing. And then my other suggestion, splitting farming into two and having husbandry and agronomy so that you can have crop farming as well as mob farming, so you could use the rest of your plots in the garden. There's so much I would do if I was admin. There's so much. There's so much. Also, why can't I see all the Carolyn items somewhere? Yeah, at this point, just give SkyBlock XP for them. Like, honestly. To my knowledge, I'm only missing the baker contact, which I have the fine flower for. That's done. And I'm also missing warty bug and the mushroom thing from that update from Backwater Bayou. Cactus doesn't have? Oh, you're right. Cocoa Bean does have it. It's a chocolate factory. Yeah, Cactus doesn't have one.
I hope you're having a great afternoon/evening, Mr. Virus. I was wondering if and when new merch will be happening. Also, don't forget to use code 30virus in the Hypixel store for 5% off.
What he said. I was trying to figure out which way to point. Thank you for the 5, Digitize. Next merch, huh? The last time I had a merch anything was my mouse pad, which was a limited time run, unfortunately. But I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm in a state right now, especially with Hytale being canceled. It's like I kind of need the channel to get some momentum back before that's worth doing. Would 100% get a hoodie if you made them. I want to make merch. I just want it to not be bad. And preferably I want it to be a permanent thing that you could just get whenever you want instead of a... I like limited time runs, but only when you're me and you can buy 5 sets of them so that you can always have one. But I don't know. If I were to make merch that was permanent and not just a walking 30virus ad, I feel like it would have to be some way to make the matrix text look blocky without looking cringe. You know what I mean? If I could, like, I think back in the day, there's a friend of mine named Violet that does like really sick pixel art, did a Minecraft skin that's supposed to look more like my YouTube icon. And he had on his shirt like those like particles going down his shirt, and it looked really sick, and it looked like falling matrix text. But I don't know if that translates to real life without looking cringe. That's the problem. If I can manage that, then it's a solid maybe. There's also the famous infected shirts that I launched like 2 months before COVID happened. So that was the thing that happened. I don't know if anyone remembers that. That was so funny looking back. I bought one and it just, I have a shirt that just says infected on it, and then COVID happens. It's like, oh, well. Where do you have your traps placed? At the moment, Crystal Hollow's water. I did for like 3 days put them in Dwarven Mines water, but now I have that attribute maxed out. I think it's called Abyssal Lanternfish. Speaking of gym, what do you do for tricep? I don't know, man. I only focused on that when I was putting the program together. I don't remember at the moment. What did I do for triceps? Do preacher curls work triceps? I don't remember. I think they do. Do I have to list my entire gym split again? Hold on. Here, stop me when you find something that's tricep related. This is the home version of my workout regimen. So it only works with a bench, a freestanding pull-up bar, and adjustable dumbbells. I don't got access to machines at home. Bench press, crunch, squat, pull-up, pull-over, bicep curl. That's Monday. It's all 3 sets of 10. Well, 8 to 12, depending on what the thing is. The Wednesday, day 2 of the program is deadlift, shrug, bent over arm row, 1 arm rows, skull crushers, overhead press, push up. And then Friday is incline bench press, pull-ups, chest fly, bicep curl, lunge, and lateral raise. There you go. But I haven't been good with my workout lately. I had to take a week off because I screwed up my neck really bad like a week and a half ago, and to the point where I couldn't even like do this. Like looking down, like touching my chin to my chest was like impossible. It was very bad. I was considering going to the doctor for it, honestly. It was not good. Oh, look at this. Boop, boop, and boop. Tide tot complete. Skull crushers would be the only thing hitting triceps. Well, I mean, wouldn't a pull-up? I do both grips. I do like the forward grips sometimes, and then I do the, I think those are considered chin-ups or something. I don't know. It has to hit the triceps. It has to. There's no way it doesn't. Anyways, mob the fish. Extremely happy to see that. Pull-up is bicep and lat. Oh. Back and bicep. Oh, okay. Anyways. Mob the fish. Very good. Let's add it to our collection on the private island as well. Okay. Push-ups of tricep, but vaguely. Oh, I remember. I actually have a push-up assisted bar thingy that like lets me click in and out these like things that change the grip direction, so I could change like what it works out. It's a very good thing to have. It's only like 20 bucks on Amazon. Would recommend. Okay, next up, what is the next bestiary? We have either Ent, Tadgang, and the Lock Emperor, which are all sea creatures, or we have Chill. So let's do Chill because it sounds chill. Yeah, I'm gonna get back into the gym probably tomorrow. I was supposed to do it today, but then I was like, oh, let's do stream early, and then I tried stream early, and then all the problems with the router happened. So excuses. I need to just do it. They should make this rift transferable. So you can have a Runeblade artifact in Rift, because to max out the bestiary, you need 1,000, right? And I got the artifact halfway, so I'm gonna need 2 artifacts. So if we're gonna have the amount of effort make sense for the amount of reward, like I'm probably gonna get a whole nother talisman's worth, or artifacts worth. Also, why am I not able to leave that area? Am I dumb? Oh, here we go. I found the rest of it. On day 2 of your push cycle, you should do diamond push-ups and close grip. Oh, I'm not doing push-pull legs. I'm just doing full body. I'm starting off with something that's like a bit easier to maintain day to day, because my problem with push-pull legs is that like that section of my body, whatever day it is, gets absolutely wrecked. So it's like I can't function as a human for a while. So like maybe once I've done like a month of full body, then I'll probably try push-pull legs. But just doing any program consistently is my goal at the moment. I've been off of it for a long time, and I've spent a lot of time sick or just not able to work out, so I need to take it easy at first. Don't do leg day, it's overrated. Oh, that's the other problem. I'm naturally extremely strong with my legs. Like 0 training, I could do 4 sets of 12, 400 pounds of the leg press, no problem. Like there's a my form was terrible, but there is a clip of me on Twitter doing that. But I was wearing regular shoes, so like the angle was kind of wrong. Therefore, my form was bad. But if I was wearing like lifting shoes, it would have been a lot better. But I don't get a lot out of leg day. I just don't. Like, it just uses up a bunch of energy, but I'm not actually working out the muscles all that much because they're already ridiculously... And I used to be 60 pounds heavier, which also contributes a lot to leg strength. So like, I'd rather a full body, so I'm at least getting something out of every session instead of leg day that's kind of just a wash. That's unnatural. There's another universe out there in the multiverse of ThirtyVirus where I was a kicker in football. Like, I had recruiters going like, wait, you can lift how much? Like, it almost happened. It did. I do have, on both sides of my family, like freakish genetics for leg strength. It's to the point where if you were to look at a video of me walking, my stride looks weird because I have such reinforced legs. It's a big insecurity of mine, actually. Like, I don't know. I've only ever seen one other human being that was like that wasn't related to me. It was in an airport. I was mind blown. Like, oh my god. Are we the same human? But apparently girls like that, so whatever. Whatever. I don't see why. The multiverse of ThirtyVirus. Stop flexing. No, I'd much rather have a more evened out physique. Imagine if I had like half of those genetics on the upper body as well. Like, I just naturally look like I go to the gym. I'd much rather that. I don't need all this leg strength. I sit down all day, which is even funnier. I don't even really train. Anything you'd recommend while doing garden? Prioritize carrot first. You're gonna need it for most visitors. And honestly, like, maybe even pest farming. Scratch that. Yeah, pest farming with mushroom. if you can find a one plot design, that's probably your fastest bet for maxing out all of the milestones at once, because the pests drop them, all the items. Chills again, yeah, this time for bestiary, but I think we're gonna do half and half, just so chat doesn't get bored out of their minds. I'll get like maybe 250 of them now, do some fishing, and then do another 250 at the end of stream. Have you been keeping up with SkyBlock Isles development? I wasn't aware of the fact that that was still a thing. I know it was bought by somebody a few years ago, but I figured the project just died. I wish them luck if it is still happening. Hey. That'd be kind of neat. I don't know. Playing another server would be interesting after all these years. I mostly listen to this like a podcast while I play other games. I feel like that's most of chat. Because, like, you'll know when something important happens and you can look over to your second monitor. Or if you're, like, out and about, you could, like, glance at your phone. Like, I'll say when something crazy happens. Like that mob the fish that randomly dropped. That was so lucky. I was told that people went for that for, like, 10 hours straight and did not drop one. I need to do that more often. I need to, like, actually explain to people how rare a drop is when it happens. Because, like, half the videos are just, like, to someone that doesn't play SkyBlock, they're like, oh, we got that item. Cool. And then someone that actually plays is like, wait, he got what? Like, and it's just that for 45 minutes. Like, it's constant, like, 300-400 hours of gameplay. And then it's like, wait, you grinded for how long to make one video? I undersell my content so much. But I guess I'd rather undersell it than oversell it. Because that would just be cringe. I'm so hyped. I got a second monitor. It's arriving next week. Your world is going to change. It is so nice. I maxed chill bestiary and didn't drop mob the fish. Exactly what I mean. 1,000 kills and still did not drop it. I don't know what the rate is, but if that's accurate, that means it's less than a 1/10 of 1% chance to drop. Might as well craft rings. I don't have any purpose for these. I'm also getting a ton of books I don't need. I'm RNG carried. I got 2 phoenixes and E-Drag on Iron Man. Oh, same. I have 2 phoenixes and 2 ender dragons. How many RNG drops have you gotten that were not lucky? So far, Alloy hasn't dropped. But the ones I have dropped that were just not at good times, like it was really late, I don't know. Chat, does anyone remember a time when that happened? I mean, getting the Starlin gifts recently, that was annoying, but I wouldn't call that bad. Core? Yeah, the first Judgment core did take a while, but then I dropped 2 more, so like, Precursor Eye, I got that pretty early on too. You know what? Shadow Fury. Yeah, Shadow Fury. Did I even drop that? I think I did. I think I got that one super late. Like, after I got 1,000 runs on that floor, I didn't drop it. Luckily, nothing too essential. Yeah, everything that's like Spider Slayer, Wolf Slayer, that was a joke. Even like Warden Heart was like stupid easy. Oh my god, my inventory is absolutely a mess. I'm gonna have to dedicate a whole nother page just to all these stupid books. They should make that stealth enchantment go to 5 and make it actually do something. How much are you looking forward to Spider T5? The timing couldn't be better, dude, because I'm about to max out Galatea. Probably do like 4 or 5 streams catching up on other grinds. Like, I'm gonna finally get the Cat of 50 stream going. I'm finally gonna do the Nucleus runs for Alloy. Like, even if Spider Slayer dropped in like 2 months, I would still be like overflowing with content. Finally. Hopefully it doesn't take that long. I hope to get maybe 2 videos out of Spider Slayer. Maybe. I'm guessing no class average 50 though, right? No. I've tortured myself enough. Kudra when? It's gonna have to be soon. Because there are attributes that I need that require Kraken shards. So it's only a matter of time. %80 chance it's next Tuesday. That would be a little stressful, a little soon for me, but I think I can get a stream out on that day. We'll see. Oh, good. We're at the last level of the bestiary. So how many more kills? 250 more. Honestly, I've been so chill with doing this. No pun intended, because chills. I think we could just knock out the rest of it really quickly. It's not that long a grind. I'm also getting shards. What's the best mare out of every single one? Well, out of all the mares that have ever happened, it's Technoblade, obviously. But, like, of the actual mares that we can still get, it's between Jerry and Derpy. Probably Jerry. It's probably Jerry. You get so many mining fiestas. You get extra stats. For like fishing, you get a ton of fishing festivals. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say Jerry's the best mare. Although, I do like the double skill XP with Derpy. That is quite nice. When the next one happens, I might take advantage and do the last of my catacomb stuff. If it takes that long for me to do Cat of 50, it might. I'm not sure. Is there somebody in my lobby? There is. Do you think they're going to move forward with moving all of SkyBlock to 121? Yeah. I don't think, I know. 100%. That's been their goal for over a year and a half. And they said it publicly so many times, yes. Next Derpy is apparently September? I thought it was October. I could be wrong. But do you like 121? I think that the clients need to catch up in performance, but otherwise, yeah, I like the update. I think that the vanilla version of the game is lame as hell, but I think from a developer point of view, like the amount of custom content you can make and like just how good all of that stuff is, I like it a lot. I can't wait to see what Hypixel does with 121. Like, it opens up so many doors. But yeah, the vanilla game just, frankly, it feels like I'm being babysat. It's not enjoyable at all. It's very kid-like. I just don't like that. I hate when games do that. Pokemon did it. Minecraft did it. Fortnite's been that way since the beginning. I don't know. I'd rather play a game, not be babysat by a game, you know? I think Pokemon was great up until it went 3D. Whenever they started using those Nintendo Mii characters that are rounded, that's when everything went downhill. And you know what's also doing that? Pixar. That movie about the mermaid people looks exactly the same as the art style from, I don't even know, Turning Red, I think it's called. And then there's another one they just announced that looks exactly the same. And then it launched and flopped. It looks like the Grubhub commercials. Like, stop it. Stop making everything look so boring. I don't know. I have like I don't get angry at a lot of things, but I see that and I just, it's like I have just disgust. It's all in the pursuit of money. Every single time. Whenever the money people get involved with any creative work, it goes downhill. Every single time. It's the reason Hytale got canceled. It's the reason that Call of Duty sucks now. It's the reason that... Geez, do I keep going? It's the reason that Microsoft made Halo garbage. It's the reason that Bethesda made Fallout 76 garbage. It's the reason that Fallout 4 is the most mid version of Fallout that's ever existed. It's the reason that Obsidian, the ones that made New Vegas, all those people are gone, and the modern Obsidian is a shell of its former self and puts out slop. We need to get the money people out of our entertainment. It's the reason that every Disney movie in the past 10 years is garbage, except for like 2 or 3 of them, maybe. It's the reason that post-snap Marvel is horrible. Subnautica 2. Exactly. The money people ruined it. Crafton or whatever. Fired the entire dev team and leadership. And then tried to push forward release so that they don't have to give out their $250 million bonus. It's insane. It's actually insane. Something needs to be done. I don't know what, but something. Have you seen Angry Birds? I know what video you're talking about. It's the moon one, right? I mean, Angry Birds did it before it was cool. Ruining their game and franchise. Oh, EA. Oh, Plants vs. Zombies. Poor PvZ3. Ugh. PvZ2 was good, but it costs a ton of money to enjoy it, which I hate. And it's always pestering you to pay extra. "30, this is your chance to be Stream's successor." What? Elaborate? I don't know what you mean. I mean, Garden Warfare 2 is still good. A lot of people told me it's not. I don't know. The reason why is because they fired the OG creator. Well, that's what happens every time. I think now, as soon as I hear that the OG creator of a project's not involved anymore, it's like, oh, it's going to be garbage then. Like, are there any examples where that's not the case? I don't think so. Let me guess. Whoever made Terminator 1 and 2 was not involved in Terminator 3. Gut instinct. Gut feeling. I don't know that for sure, but I bet you it's a different person. We've got to be close to done, by the way. Yeah, only 130 something more kills. We have this in the bag. Hey there, I was there when you dropped one of your scrolls in the handle for your hype. I just recently got back into SkyBlock and was incredibly surprised they did all this stuff with the new updates. Yeah, SkyBlock has never been better, in my opinion. It has a lot of problems still, but it's one of the few things that I enjoy that hasn't gone to crap over the years. Which I think is extremely lucky, because it's the one thing I picked my career to be centered around, so I feel very fortunate about that, but yeah. Look at the bright side, all these companies will probably bankrupt themselves eventually. Well, here's the problem, right? They won't. And the ones that do, all their properties are going to get bought by other money people, and the same cycle is going to happen. They're going to be riding this line right below where it's acceptable, right? It's like below the line, you have slop garbage. Above the line, you have, wow, this is genuinely high effort content. Right on the edge is where all these things are going to be. You can't say it's absolutely horrible, but you can't say it's great either. And it makes so much money. That's the problem. They're min-maxing the lowest amount of effort for the most profit. And as long as that's a thing, it's just not, we're not going to get good media anymore. The only hope that we have is indie developers, indie film studios. It's one of the few reasons that I don't absolutely despise generative AI, because at least it brings the bar lower so that anybody that doesn't have $10 million can actually make a good movie. That's like one of the few good things that could come from AI, is at least someone with actual passion can get all the grunt work out of the way and make a good movie without worrying, oh, we have to pay 500 staff and we need to make $300 million of profit, so it's got to be the most safe, boring thing possible that everyone will buy and then go, it was okay. Like, so annoyed, bro. So annoyed. AI's lame, though. Most of what you see with generative AI, yes. But if you could film a scene with maybe not ideal conditions and then touch it up so that it looks perfect for like minimal budget, like a bunch of dudes in their backyard, I think that's acceptable, personally. As long as it's like your own stuff, your own concept, like you really put a lot of effort into the concept art and like direction, like I think that's fine. I think that should be encouraged, if anything. Because like, do we want more Marvels? Do we want more Pixars right now? No. Maybe like 15 years ago Pixar, and maybe 6 years ago Marvel. These projects have to make too much money because they cost too much to make. So anything to get the costs down is good in my eyes. I don't think we should get rid of the human element. No, I'm saying the opposite. I think the only part should be the human element. I think the grunt work that's just like meticulous and awful and annoying, like lighting, I think that should be taken over by AI, and all the actual fun stuff should be done by the humans. That's how coding is right now for me. Like, I love generating code because I'll have the exact vision of what I want mapped out in my brain already, and then I'll just have the actual grunt work get done by the bot, and I'll have to check it, obviously, because it makes a lot of mistakes. But, like, that's my view of it. I have a nuanced opinion on AI. I think it's great in a lot of ways. I think it's awful in a lot of ways. It really depends on how it's applied. I do not agree with uploading slop, though. I agree with the AI haters on that one. I think slop needs to end. Human-made or not. Especially not, because, oh my god. Like those generative AI videos of like a baby falling out of a plane and getting like saved by a pug or whatever. Like, it's so stupid. It is horrible. But on the other hand, these guys that are making like the AI Yeti like vlog videos, they're kind of funny a little bit. It's a little funny. It's kind of scary, but it's a little funny. I think that, you know, the jokes and a lot of that was probably human. I don't think it was just made up by an AI 100%. I think the prompt had some creativity involved. Probably. The comments are even worse. It's either boomers or more bots. I do think there is a happy medium where we can have AI used to make some stuff, but it's the context and the method that really matters. But I think just like discounting the entire category of tech is short-sighted. The issue is, how are they so good at making it look like a real vlog? Because it used other videos to train it. That's the thing, right? Is yes, that is correct. I think it would be so much better if YouTubers could opt in. It should be opt in, not opt out, to having their videos trained on. And if they do opt in, they should get some kind of pay. Then I think it's completely kosher. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that's gonna happen at all. Like, I would have no problem giving my likeness and my videos to an AI. Just pay me. Give me money. And then maybe if you're going to put me in some property, like some video or whatever, talk to me about it. Let's make this character good. Have it say things I would say. But they're not going to do that. It's not going to happen. Using the argument as training an AI feels like glorified theft. I do think there is some nuance, though. I think to some extent, if you think about human creativity, how that works, right? There is no original idea. There's no such thing. Even if it wasn't derived from another project, it was derived by some experience in your life or something you saw in nature. Like, you don't just come up with novel ideas. It's always a combination of things you perceive. Every time. Like, I truly believe there is no such thing as an original thought. And AI is no different. The problem is, it's vastly accelerated, and the people using it are using it in an unnatural way. Like, a human can't absorb 10,000 hours of footage in, like, an hour. Right? So we're seeing some, like, crazy development that's not natural. Oh, chill bestiary's done. Let's go. So I don't know. I think that we shouldn't discount the tech entirely, but we need to work on the ethics portion of it, of course. Just like any other tech. I think now it's come time for us to do some fishing. Is that offer still valid for being in the fishing party? Because I think it is time. Also, you know what's really annoying? We're still missing one Runeblade ring in order to get a second artifact. I know it doesn't matter, but that's annoying. Ah, thank you, Joey. I'm sure some people in guild would want to ent fish. Let me know when ready. Ready. Talking about AI, I can't stop thinking about the AI from Terminator. The thing that freaks me out is not even that. It's the fact that the training data that modern AI has includes the Terminator movies and plot. Our modern language models know about Terminator and the inspiration behind Sky, or like, I don't know. It's freaky, man. The whole plot of the movie's in their training data. They already know how to do it. They know how to kill us all. And they already know what we're afraid of. That keeps me up at night sometimes. The setup is 3/4 Magma Lord and Vampire Witch Mask. Ooh, okay, I have to grab it then. It's just a matter of time. I don't know. Here's the other thing, too. It's like, a lot of people think of AI taking over as if it's going to kill the whole world, but you have to realize that's like saying, oh, the machine gun just came out and everyone has lever actions. That one guy with the machine gun's going to take over the world. That's not how it works, right? As new tech gets distributed, it gets distributed, so it's everywhere. And suddenly it's like, oh, like, this new tech is not just at a single source. It is owned by many individuals. In other words, AI can counter other AI. Should I give any enchantments to this, or should I just wear it? I think I'm just gonna wear it. Okay, I'm ready for a warp. Like, it's like that game where you have a machine gun fighting a bunch of people with muskets. Like, of course you absolutely destroy everything, but like, when it comes time to have like an AI that's capable of ending the world, the systems that we have will be able to handle it, right? But if you were to time travel and take it back 20 years, oh yeah, it could end the world easily. Get a T1 hunt axe to loot share the Ents. Huh? Why do I need a bad hunt axe? Is this so I don't kill it? Also, I don't remember where I need to go. What is it? Worn hunt axe? How do you get... So you can let other people hit it. Oh, you know, it might be on my island? Maybe? I have a seriously damaged axe. I don't have the other one, though. Help. How do you get a worn hunt axe? Or will this work? You can craft it? Oh, here we go. Oh. Oh. Oh, that is easy. I could do that. There we go. What else? There was something else I needed to do, but I forgot. Oh! Let's eat cakes. I forgot to do that. And then I can change my equipment to 3/4 fishing because David's cloak. And we put the grippers away, put the vine away, and lock it there. I think that's okay. Ready? Where do I go? I need Rod of the Sea as well. It's probably gonna look something like that. The setup. I'm guessing this is for the Tad Gang. How do I get down there? Oh. Hello. So, how does this process work? Do I fish? I'm guessing I fish. Also, when do I use the axe? Just fish him when the end spawns, so you hit it with the hunt axe. That seems simple enough. Okay. I'm putting that volume super low. Yo, thank you for the $10, JSJ 360. A good example of AI boosting human art, the Angel Engine Horror series. I don't know what that is. A creator is actually really creative and good at writing, but doesn't have the art skills or acting to bring his work to life. I'll take your word for that. I just don't know. Oh, there's a Tad gang. Hello. I think a good example would be me being horrible at art, but really good at, like, directing an artist, if that makes sense. Like, all the thumbnails on the channel, well, not all of them, but most of them in recent years is Fezzy doing the art, but me telling him how to do it, right? Also, my sea creature chance is not 100, and that is annoying. But this looks very chaotic. It is. So, like, I don't know. I'm a bit hesitant to use generative AI art personally. Oh, hello. Ent. There's an ent. Oh, I shouldn't have hit it that many times. My bad. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I think the best use case I've had personally is just generating code to save my time. Yeah, the point of hunt tax is to loot you. Yeah, so I'll just hit it like once or twice and that's it. But I'm very hesitant with like actual art usage personally. I have to be careful with that. I'd much rather have an artist on board and then prototype to show them with generated stuff. That's what my roommate works at a print shop and does like designs for all sorts of things like restaurant menus and like various industry art, I guess you could say. And he uses generative AI to prototype things, which I think is perfectly fine. That makes sense. If you fish it up, don't hit it. True, that's an ent. Yeah, I hit it twice and that's it. It's probably easier to see if you have 5. Yeah, probably. I'm getting so much bestiary right now. Yo, what's up, Ice Cakes? Long time no see. All things considered, what are your thoughts on this update? 10 out of 10. Although, no, I'll give it a 9.5. That last 0.5 fixed the axe throw. Also, that's an end somewhere in this mess. I think they need to fix the axe throw. I don't think it really matters anymore giving people progress for fish the fish, but that would have been nice if they already had it after or pre-update, but whatever. It's not a problem anymore. And a few of the attribute shards are insane. Like, I don't think I should be spending 100 hours to get galaxy fish. That seems... It might even be 200 hours. I don't remember. That's stupid. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Oh yeah, we're level 496 now. By the way. Do you think the gate behind the mountain's ever going to be used? Do you mean the unincorporated area? Ooh, and I just watched Lord of the Rings again, and I think the ents are so cool. They are neat. It was very funny watching them just like slam into the goblins and just throw them around. That was funny. I mean, the artist definitely directs the AI and edits it to make his own liking. Yeah, like, I think if the base art is still human and you use AI to touch it up, I don't see a problem with that. But if you're just making from nothing AI stuff, I think that's when you start producing slop, personally. Like, again, if I'm in my backyard and I film a fight scene with, like, my friend with, like, wooden swords and, like, whatever, and then I, like, use AI to turn it into, like, a samurai sword or whatever, that's sick. I like... Also, what's this? I just dropped wet water. What is this? What do you use wet water? Oh. Oceandy grants you a chance to charm sea creatures. Oh, so it's another salt. Okay, that's a lot less exciting. Was that another end? That is another end. Hello. Yeah, we can't find the cloak. I know. I'm already talking with BLC about that. Things have been kind of weird since the acquisition. So, we're trying to get it up on the store again, but it hasn't happened yet. Now, I personally think Frozen Blaze is better for this purpose, but I'm sure there's a reason that we have Vampire Witch Mask. Is it the Tad Gangs? It's probably the Tad Gangs. Another end. Frozen Blaze doesn't work? Oh. I see. Is it because they're specifically on this island? Probably. Unless they just broke Frozen Blaze, that would be horrible. What's your favorite movie? It changes constantly, but like, give me a genre and I'll tell you the best movie in that genre, in my opinion. Sci-fi? Terminator 2. Comedy? I'm gonna be honest, I think most comedies are hot garbage. If something's trying to get me to laugh, I think it's lame. Fantasy? Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I don't know. Comedy movies just... I always finish watching those and I'm like, eh. Like, that was okay. I guess. 21 Jump Street? It was okay. It's fine. Like, Rush Hour was kind of funny, but like, I don't care. That one movie where it was a zombie apocalypse and there was like these two British dudes hanging out in their flat, and then there was that scene with the neighbor old lady that was a zombie. That was kind of funny, but like, who cares? My thing is like, my kind of humor is incidental. If something, like, you were recording for another reason and then something went wrong, that's where the best comedy comes from, in my opinion. So like Fail Army, Unusual Memes, that is peak. Shaun of the Dead, that's what that movie was called. But yeah, I don't really like comedies. If it's trying to make me laugh, I kind of just have a negative reaction. It's like a laugh track in old, like rom-coms, or not rom-coms, like, what are those movies or TV shows called? I don't even know. Reality TV. Like, laugh tracks are actually horrible. What about horror? As Above, So Below. A niche pick, but it's good. Would recommend. I think the lore is better than the movie itself, though. That's a good movie. Yeah. Sitcom? I think sitcoms are also boring. It's just a waste of my time. Anime. Parasite the Maxim. Enough said. And got him. Favorite Cars movie? I thought all of them were lame, I'm gonna be real. But the one I disliked the least was the one where it was like a spy movie. But only because there was an actual, like, interesting plot with stakes. That's probably a super unpopular opinion. If we're talking like Pixar movies, though, I mean, obviously The Incredibles, like, duh. Or Toy Story 2. That was peak. Have you watched Ender's Game? It was okay. Yeah, it was fine. Didn't dislike it. Any of the new Sony Spider-Man movies? When you say new Sony Spider-Man movies, do you mean the one with Miles Morales? I love those. Those are great. Those movies are really good. I wish the frame rate was higher. I know it's part of the art style, but like, I like high FPS. But other than that, I like the plot. I like the characters. Everything about it. I really do like. I like the actual visuals themselves, though. Yeah. I even like Marvel Spider-Man. Maybe that's cringe to say, but I enjoyed it. Ooh, another end. What kind of movie would you consider Groundhog Day to be? Is that technically sci-fi? Probably. I thought that was great as well. Did you watch the Puss in Boots movie? Excellent movie. I love that. It was a really good depiction of a panic attack. I'll be real. As someone who's had 2 of them for the first time this past year, oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're getting a lot of emperors. Do they drop skulls? Because, like, I haven't dropped any skulls. I'm a bit confused. Or is it a different mob? Because, like, I didn't see Sea Emperor in the regular bestiary. They go to your sacks now? Hold on. So you're telling me... Scam. What made you have a panic attack? It's a long story. I'll make it real quick. I fell into some use of the alternative cannabinoids. Wouldn't recommend. Because weed is not legal here in Florida. So if you want to follow the law, you go to a smoke shop and you buy Delta 8, Delta 9, THCO, THCP. That last one is when I went over the line. I started using that. Completely screwed my brain chemistry. I got to the point where my anxiety was so bad I could barely even function. My heart rate was all over the place. I was sleeping, when I was peak addiction, I was sleeping like 12 hours a day. And if I went without it for a while, then I'd start to feel bad in multiple ways. My digestion sucked. My appetite sucked. Anyways. And then the worst thing is the derealization. It felt like, imagine this scenario, right? You're playing a video game for like a month, or not even a month, like a week. a week to a month, you've been living in this video game. You've loved every aspect of it. And then you finish the main quest. There's nothing left to do. You just walk around the game world. And even if there's little things left, like little Easter eggs, you don't really care because you kind of beat the game. It's over. And you just have this dread of like, I don't want to play this game anymore. It's boring. There's nothing left to do. There's things left to do, but it doesn't matter. Now imagine that game is life. I'm not saying I wanted to, you know, do anything I can't undo. But like, life just felt bleh. I'd finished the main quest. There was nothing that interested me. I just existed. And it got to the point where even operating my body felt like controlling a video game character. Complete derealization. Not good. So that's when I stopped. And the withdrawals started about a week after, and it was the worst anxiety I've had in my entire life. Just existing in my body was absolutely horrifying. Like, doesn't even compare to like Subnautica, seeing like the blood kelp forest and like getting attacked by a freaking ghost leviathan. Not even close. That's like 1% horror compared to what I experienced. Like, I thought at any moment I was gonna die. Like, I genuinely thought it was over for days on end. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. My heart was beating so hard and fast that I felt it. It was the only thing I could focus on for weeks. Like, it was actual torture. Like, traumatic torture. To the point where I am forever changed because of how I felt in those weeks. Until I was having a 160 heart rate, just standing around, doing nothing. And then it went to 184, and that's when I called the ambulance. And I actually called an ambulance. I called 911 because I thought I was about to have a heart attack. They had to give me benzos just so I could feel normal, not even calm, just to be able to exist. Oh my god, dude. Just don't. Do not mess with the alt cannabinoids, especially THCP. It's 30 times stronger than Delta 9. Do not. Do not. It was horrible. It was probably the worst physical experience of my life. It took 3 months, 3 whole months, 90 days before I started to feel normal again. And to this day, I still have like anxiety centered around my heart rate. If I stand up too fast and my heart rate goes from like 80 to 120, I start to go, So anyway, that's why I had a panic attack. Had a second one about a week and a half after that. Like, so 2.5 weeks into my withdrawal. I was driving. It was horrifying. I thought I was going to have a heart attack again, but this time in a car, so I'd definitely die if I had a heart attack. And I was driving to like a car repair place, and then as soon as I parked and walked in the building, I was honest with the lady behind the counter. I was like, look, I just had a panic attack and I'm new to this. I don't know what to do. And she like was really sweet and nice and like guided me through the process. But like, oh, yeah. So now it's back to mostly sober. The occasional regular weed, not Delta anything. No THCP. Every couple days. Trying to get it less than that, once a week. Much better. So much better. But ideally, you shouldn't be taking anything. Ugh. So, take that as a warning if you're a young person in the audience. Only real weed is weed. All that other crap is research chemicals. And even then, real weed has its problems too. Even if it's less problematic. Less, keyword. There's a study that came out about a month ago that means that if you, I think if you regularly consume THC, there's like a 60% higher chance of having a heart attack or like heart disease. So it's just not good. It's just not. Proud of you, man. Hey. I'm just happy it's over. Like, that was some of the worst extended periods of physical ailment in my life. It was probably the worst. I've had double ear infections. I've eaten a Reaper pepper. Well, not a Reaper pepper, the chip. I had a ghost pepper. I've had COVID. I've had strep throat plus COVID. I've had strep throat so bad that I got my tonsils removed. But before that, I had an allergic reaction from the penicillin they were giving me that I almost died. But above all, that withdrawal, the worst physical sensation I've ever experienced. And the longest, most prolonged, like actually traumatic. Ugh. I'm probably gonna have to go to therapy just for that. Who'd you call first after you got better? That's the thing, I didn't just get better. There wasn't like a waking up and like, ah, no. It was so slow and agonizing getting back to baseline. It took 3 months. And it's been 5 months now, and I still have little moments. I'm assuming you're no longer planning on fulfilling your promise to eat a Carolina Reaper. Here's the thing. I want to do that, but I kid you not, this whole story I just told has me a little scared that anything that increases my heart rate would be dangerous for me. So I'm trying to wait out even more of the withdrawal to the point where I'm literally 100% back at baseline. Then I'll do it. Then I'll have the pepper. Oh, by the way, Thrift Shop, thank you for the Prime sub. Sorry I missed that. As well as Malik Sauce 05073. Thank you both for your Prime subs on Twitch. What'd you do? Did you relapse or something? No, I haven't touched THCP. None of the all cannabinoids, thank goodness. Never again. Never again. I've had zero temptation too. It's just so not worth it. As someone who's battled active addiction with dissociatives, the derealization is by far the worst part. It really is. It's like nothing matters, yet everything does. Like you're screaming. This little voice in your head is screaming, I do something, and you don't. Oof. It's not good. Not good. Have you considered peptides? You mean collagen peptides? Just have protein. You don't need all that. You get all your aminos and whatever in chicken. Sunburn's so bad I'm more red than 480 prefix. Oh my god. That's not good, Looter. It's like that panic feeling in a dream and you can't move or scream, just stuck. Yep. Except on the outside, you're just like just looking around. You seem normal. I think this is like, you know how the DARE program just sucked and didn't do anything, and if anything probably led to more drug use? Stories like that need to be told in schools. That'll change your mind real quick. And that's with like that's a cannabinoid. I can't even imagine if it was like funny white powder or like, oh my god. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know, dude. I can't imagine things getting much worse than what I went through, but it does. It does. It messes people up for life, some of these things. Chicken's really good if it's cooked, right? Yes, you'd want it to be cooked. Panicking on K is very scary. Here's another thing. I think I told chat this before. As a part of my trying to fix my mental health with the derealization, depersonalization, I went through a treatment, a 6-week program with a company called Mindbloom, not sponsored. There's a dozen of these programs. And it was prescribed K. If you don't know what that is, don't look it up unless you're like severely depressed and you're like looking for a treatment-resistant depression treatment. But other than that, don't bother. Especially not the party variety. Did it 6 times over 6 weeks, and I didn't have any panic moments, but it did definitely help get me out of that. I mean, something with me, sober or not, for basically my entire adult life, I struggled with emotions. I just didn't experience them, right? It's like the opposite of like a kid that lashes out and acts out. Like, I'm just like NPC. Didn't experience emotion. Didn't understand why people feel certain ways when certain things happen to them, right? And that's what I was trying to fix. And I would say a big portion of that did change. But, yeah, no, I didn't have a really negative experience. A little bit of anxiety, though, during the sessions. But luckily, no permanent anything bad. I would say it knocked me not out of a depression, but it contributed to me not being depressed anymore. Not trying to diagnose, but it could be neurodiversity. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm definitely on the spectrum. 100%. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're warping out. Yeah, people always are surprised when I tell them I don't get angry. Like, I'll have my moments on stream where I'm frustrated and it's like funny angry, but I don't get like, I want to punch a wall angry. Like, it just doesn't happen. Never has. I've never put hands on someone in that way, other than one time when my friend, out of nowhere, like, slapped me in the face, like, super hard, and I slapped him back and broke his nose. But, hey, that was a reflex. That wasn't emotions. But I don't know, I'm just not like that. I feel fortunate, you know, that I don't act out. Especially in the age of people getting canceled and Me Too'd or whatever. Like, I am the last person to do that. Like, my number one criticism as a partner is just not being around or not participating. But it does have other problems that are less abrasive to other people, but just so you know, there was a griever. Oh, okay. Yeah, it makes it hard to experience life with what I have. Well, had. A lot of that was admittedly fixed when I tried the prescribed treatment. Again, not recommending anyone do that. That's something you really need to think about over the course of months. That's not just a decision you make. Because it does definitely have... It opens a door you can't close, psychedelics. I had a similar situation when I was younger, and it made me realize I could... Or makes me scared to fight people. Oh, I know that, like... I just naturally have more muscle than your average person without training. Like... And I'm a trained black belt as well. I could hurt people if I wanted. Obviously, I've never exercised that. But, like... It's just something you have to keep in mind. I don't necessarily think the door being open is bad, though. Depends on the person. For me, I think the door being open is a good thing. But for someone that's like paranoid schizophrenic, no. Or someone that has a family history of it and just hasn't experienced symptoms yet. Like that could, I kid you not, it could actually take you to that place. It could, again, open a door that can't be closed. So you gotta take it very seriously, and I would not recommend it. Most people should not. Broke his nose? Yeah. I did break his nose. With a slap, not even a punch. And that was before my training. If I had training, and if I were to do one of these, like hit him with that could have been really bad. If you get someone at just the right angle doing an uppercut, like this motion, they could actually die. Not recommending you do that either. What music genre do you like? Techno swing. That's a fun one. I think I also like classic rock, you know? Some good old AC/DC. It's good for the gym. I don't really listen to a lot of music though. That's the thing. I don't like listen to music as an activity. It's always like in the background, for example, stream. Like what would this be considered? What we're listening to now? Is that like house? No. What would you even consider this? It's just chill music. I have no idea. Elevator? What's up, Dolk here? I don't know. I like the just background music, chill. Maybe a little bit of jazz, but I don't go out of my way to listen to jazz. You listen to music for ambiance? I don't even listen to music for that, usually. If I'm driving, I usually have a YouTube video or a podcast going. Like, I don't listen to music, really. Obviously, it's on the stream because it makes for a more enjoyable stream experience, but... like, if I'm just sitting here, the background's YouTube videos. I almost never have music playing. Even when I'm coding, sometimes I'll have YouTube videos playing. Lo-fi? Yeah. I'd say so. Probably. Vid or podcast while driving? I'm not watching it. I'm listening to it. It doesn't even show up on the screen. If you open the Google Maps app, it full screens even if you have a video playing. And I always use Google Maps because I don't know where the hell I'm going otherwise. It could be in my own neighborhood, doesn't matter. Ever thought about kickboxing? I'd like to get into some kind of martial art again. I don't even know if that's considered a martial art. Is boxing? I don't know. But like, I wouldn't mind doing some like weekly, bi-weekly program where I go in and do sessions. Like, that'd be cool. But I think first I want to get better at like cardio health in the gym. Especially after all those heart rate fears. Like, if I can get my cardio back to where it was like a few years ago, like resting heart rate like 55, I'd feel very good about myself. I'd be very happy. I listen to music to express my emotions. Without music, I would 100% definitely be Dexter Morgan. When people say things like that, it makes me wonder, like, maybe I'm not the weird one and society's just coping. Like, people drink, right, to be more social and to feel emotions, and they listen to music to feel emotions, And I just don't gravitate to those things and feel less emotion. And I think there's a pattern here. Like, maybe much more of society is like me than they like to admit. They just crutch. They have like an emotional crutch. I most likely have BPD, so it would explain a lot. That's rough. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I don't know what I have beyond just ASD. I'm sure there's something else going on, but it's gotten better since my treatments, which is good. I'm still very hesitant to get on the traditional antidepressant regimen. I don't think that's appropriate anymore. Maybe an anti-anxiety, but even then, I'd rather just deal with the problem myself instead of relying on some substance again. I'd rather not, even if it is prescribed, because I've already been down that road with the not prescribed and the... Ugh. I'm not gonna blame people for using it, though. Everyone's brain chemistry is different. Like, I think that I personally can get by without. But that doesn't mean I think everyone can get by without. Not at all. I think some people definitely benefit from it. There's a study that changed pretty much everything we know about about addiction. Found that it's less of an addiction and more people just needing to cling to something. I could get behind that, yeah, because, like, I always need, like, a thing to obsess over, you know? For a while, it was personal finance, which is good timing, because that's when the YouTube thing was blowing up. For a time, it was personal fitness, and sure enough, I lost, like, 60 pounds in, like, 4 months. I don't know. Being obsessed with SkyBlock. I think I just have an obsessive personality. So having somewhere to put all that energy is very healthy, otherwise I just kind of lose my mind. It's like that, I think I brought this example up already. Like in the Sherlock Holmes movies, when he's like distraught between jobs, like Sherlock Holmes just sitting in his room, and he's like, my mind rebels at stagnation, and he's like, he looks like high or something, and he's just like freaking out because he has nothing to do. That's me. A lot of people just need to get in better shape. I agree, 100%. The best I ever felt in my life, the only addiction I had was caffeine. And like even then, it was like not a lot of caffeine. It was like maybe 150, 200 milligrams a day. So like well below the limit that's safe. And like I was going to the gym like 5 days a week. Well, 3 days a week. And I was exercising nearly like 6 days a week. Someone needs to do a weed virus compilation. I've considered doing a video about that whole thing because I feel like that could help a lot of people. Like explaining how it can go wrong, because a lot of people think weed's not addictive, and like if you have enough of it, it is. And I know I had the fake stuff that was stronger, whatever, more concentrated, less CBD. I know, but even the real stuff can be a problem, a big problem if you let it. So like, people need to hear that message. But I don't know if a Minecraft YouTube channel is the place to do it, you know? But, you know, 300 milligrams of caffeine would give me heart palpitations 100%. I can't handle caffeine anymore. Oh, that's another side effect of that whole THCP experience. I can't have caffeine. If I had like 50 milligrams, like 1 can of Coca-Cola, I'm already like talking fast on stream with 0 caffeine. If I had that, I'd actually start feeling my heart like dun, dun, dun. Like I'd feel it in my chest, and I wouldn't be able to focus on anything else. It's really bad. I start to freak out low-key off of like barely any. To this day, I cannot have caffeine. It's like 5 months later. For a while, I thought I had POTS, which has, I don't really know all the symptoms, but it's like your heart rate jumps up like 30, 40 beats a minute just from standing up. But I think that's literally just the anxiety. Like, it's gotten better over the past, like, few months. But, like, for a while, I thought I had POTS because of the withdrawal symptoms. Like, it was really... I cannot express enough how horrible the past few months have been in that way. I drink coffee for flavor genuinely. That is insane. I hate the flavor of coffee. Always have, always will. It is gross. I feel very fortunate to have never gotten into, like, nicotine. Oh my god. Oh, is that end 10? Oh, look at that. Oh, there's more. Never mind, it goes to 15. I thought we maxed out the bestiary already. I was like, what? I have, like, no Tad Gang bestiary, though. That's a problem. Why are we not leveling up Tad Gang? Do I have to hit those, too? Am I stupid for not doing that? You know, I actually have to use the bathroom real quick. Hold on, let me smack a few Tad Gangs so I get the bestiary for that. Alright, I'll be back. Whoa. I'm back, and the whole chat is egg. Hit the tadpoles and hit the mob that comes from. It's kind of odd. Hold on. Let's make sure all the other bestiaries are progressing. Emperor is. Ent is. So how do I get Tad Gang bestiary from this? Like, do I have to smack the frogs or the tadpoles? Like, do I have to smack that? Well, I fish it up, so I don't, but... Confusion. I think it's just the frog. Could be wrong. Well, there's several here, so I can smack all the frogs. Got him. Just make sure you're moving. Oh, I have been. You should put Jared in XP share. Doesn't matter. This is barely any XP. And it's the wrong kind. So, whatever. I'll get so much foraging XP just for using the thing. Like, I'll be fine. I did get Jade Dragon, yes. It took me a long time to max as well. But you still get it before end. Well, I'm doing something wrong then, because I only got like 60 of them. I think I just have to smack the frogs. What's max skyblock level? It's like 517 at the moment, I think. There are so many frogs on the floor. Can we get a donate bounty for Grow a Garden stream? I'll be real, I don't think people need to see that from 30virus. I'm kind of already... I don't know. Farming the garden. PTSD. See, now we're getting Tad Gang bestiary. Wait, I went to 10? Am I stupid? Hold on, wait. Did I misread that? Huh? That's a visual bug. Okay, overall progress should not be at 8% if I'm at 10 out of 15. What? That doesn't make any sense. I think that's a visual bug. Oh, another emperor. Hello. I've migrated over from YouTube. Hello. Can you do a Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga stream? I watched the C-Scoop Highcraft on that. Oh my god, it was so funny. I love those videos. No, I used to play that in the PS2 back in the day, the Star Wars Lego games. Oh my god. That was peak. I keep forgetting what's behind the mystery door every time. I've been told like 6 times what's behind it, but I keep forgetting. It is embarrassing. Any tips for someone starting to code? Code Academy Python, and once you're done with that, upgrade to Java. I'm not sure what the best resource for learning Java is at the moment, but once you're like half decent at it, start making some Spigot plugins for Minecraft servers. It is the best ratio of work to visual, like seeing what you've made, and you'll learn very fast. And it's actually really fun too. That's another big part of it. Buy a course. You don't need to spend money to learn how to code. There's plenty of good free resources out there. I still feel like something's wrong though with the Tad Gang bestiary. Does it still say 80? 83. There's no way. There's no way that's accurate. No shot, 0%. I'm doing 5 damage a hit. Maybe that is the problem. Wait, what? Hold on. Something's not right. People stealing kills? Nah, I should be getting loot share. I'm doing 5 damage a hit, like, every time. That does not make any sense. It's either a visual bug, or I'm just not getting Tad Gang kills at all. So something wrong. Maybe put a weapon to hunt axe. It has my Midas in it. But am I... something... People in the party, what's happening? Why am I not getting Tad Game Bestiary? Do I need to use a better hunt axe? Is that the problem? Because I'm doing, like, abysmal damage. Like, I think I'm doing damage. Also, why we stop? Yeah, like, if I smack this guy... Oh, okay, I am doing real damage. Should I use the better hunt axe then? Or am I hitting the bats? Is that the problem? Maybe I'm hitting the bats instead of the actual frogs. I'm very confused. The five damage is from the vamp mask. So am I just not hitting the frogs? Like, I'm so confused. If you'd like, you can clear the mobs with fake stone axe. Well, I don't want to be difficult and make the party worse. I don't know. You could try it, but it's gonna be... I think they're getting... You know what it might be? It might be because the vampire witch mask is like hit ticking them. So they're immune to my hit for like a quarter second between hits, and they're just getting hit by the bats constantly. I think that might be the problem. Yeah, I think that's the issue. But if I hit them once, then it clears them. Well, everyone in the party, let me know if that's a problem. If I need to keep doing that with the fake stone splitter. Okay, hitting an ent once doesn't kill it with the fake stone splitter. So I think I can get away with just using the axe. Did you get 10,000 invisibugs yet? No. I did get about 3,000 or 4,000 though. Oh, I got Sea Emperor shard just now. Ooh. Did not drop a skull though. What fusion? What do you mean, what fusion? Oh, invisibugs? I think warty bug requires 10,000. But that's if you don't grind out the shards manually that you need, which I think I can... I can get a lot of those expensive shards without fusing. I just have to do Kudra and dragons. Lunar Moth is 1280, Firefly is 320, Warty is 12,000. Yeah, it's bad. There has to be a better way. And if there isn't, Hypixel, you should change that. Because that's insane. Oh, FHGX Freeze. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. I just saw that one. That was from a while ago. My bad. Also, we're at 98 out of 100 subs. 2 more and we have to change the goal to 250. It's been a while since we've been there. Because I'm streaming again. Oh my god. Let's check on the Tad gangs now that I've switched to the axe. There we go. Now we're getting Tad gang bestiary. That's what we were doing wrong. Okay. Apologies to the party if I kill a few more than I'm supposed to, but I needed that. What's your best Agatha score? I think it was like 7,500 at one point, which is kind of impressive considering no Jade Dragon. But now that I do have one, it's only a matter of time before we start to see max stats in Foraging. Yep, I saw the warty bug requirements and it's insane. It's actually ridiculous. Yeah, almost 1,300 invisibugs. The rest is fine. Like 500 Strider Surfers, 1,000 Glaciite, 200 Hideon, 126 Shellwise, 315 Basil. Like all of that's easy. Like I can get that done in like 2 hours. But like 13,000 invisibug. That's gonna take days. And the sad part is I need it in order to max garden. Ugh. And then on top of that, I actually have to farm for the netherwort item, whatever it's called. But you got Jared? Yes, I did. We have a level 80 Jade Dragon. You can't see it. It's level 81 egg. You can cut down on the Striders, Glaciite Shellwise if you drop Draconic from Dragons. Oh yeah, I have plenty of Dragons I need to do actually for other reasons, so I'm kind of looking forward to that. Hydra... Give me shards, please. Water Hydra shard. How did you do fishing back in the day? I don't know what you're talking about, what you mean. Like, how did I used to fish before this kind of strat? I feel like barn fishing in the hub is what I used to do a lot. It is so hard to keep track of where my bobber is. This is crazy. When I was asking what you do while grinding garden earlier, I meant what do you do IRL at your PC? Oh, I was just scrolling my phone. I was doom scrolling. The classic. I was on Twitter on my phone. Like fishing for XP? Yeah, barn fishing was the way I used to do it. I'm sure there's a better strat nowadays because there's all this sea creature stuff added with this update, the foraging update. I can't believe we waited 3 years for this freaking update to drop. And the fact that it actually was like good and held up to standards is insane. I cannot get over that. Like, GG Hypixel. One of the few gaming companies I still respect nowadays. Surely also Tinder. Oh yeah, a lot of that. A lot of scrolling on Tinder when I was farming. Didn't work. I'm gonna be so for real. Of all the dating apps, if you're not paying for Tinder, it's pay to play. Like, you genuinely, just your profile doesn't even get shown. And when it does get shown, it's never gonna show you the people that liked you. I have over 100 likes on that app that I accumulated. It hit over 100 within 2 weeks. And I cannot find them. Like, the app does not show them to you. It does not. It does it on purpose, too. The apps are such a scam. But especially Tinder. Don't even bother. It's not worth your time. If you have to use one, use Bumble. And Hinge is just, like, so much effort to send a like. Ugh. I think if the government's really that concerned about depopulation or, you know, population collapse, we need somebody with an official government position to just either buy the apps or take them over and make all the paid features free and make it so that your perfect match doesn't take 700 swipes to find, and then have some kind of accountability for ghosting. Maybe like a temp ban on the app. I don't know. It's so bad. Like, we're gonna actually die out as a species if dating apps become the only way to find your like person. It's horrible. It's so bad. You need to go outside and talk to humans. I'm not talking me personally. Although, yes, they have mistreated me, the apps. But I'm saying as a society, we are screwed if dating apps are the primary, which it is. It is the primary source of finding a partner right now. Just straight up, it is. That should not be a thing, but it is. We are screwed. It's such a Western problem, though. Countries like India and China have to restrict their population growth since they cannot sustain to feed every person. That's a very outdated... Granted, this is an American saying this. To me, it seems like that's an outdated idea. Didn't they remove... They had a policy for a while where they limited how many kids you had, right? They got rid of that because they saw what was happening right next door in, like, Japan. As countries get more mature and wealthier, population collapse is inevitable. China's headed there. India's headed there. They're just further back in the cycle from other countries. They will experience it. Maybe give it 30, 40 years, but it's gonna happen. It's just a pattern that us humans tend to fall into. So how do we prevent that is the question. I don't know, frankly. I have no idea. Saw a twin today, my age, bro. They're identical. What can I say? I like you both. That's honestly kind of funny. It reminds me of I don't remember what, I think it was an Atrioc video. It was responding to some like funny like boomer TLC TV thing, and it was like this guy that was dating like two twins, and the twins were both like acting like they were his spouse, and it was like just a 3-person relationship. It was the weirdest thing ever, but it's so funny. I don't know. That concept is so bizarre to me, but it's like something you'd see in a movie. Now that Foraging's out, what do you look forward to next? Well, Spider T5 seems interesting. I'm mostly looking forward to Iron Man Ws because, like, bro, this mode is such a grind. And not in a good way. Ugh. Dark Auction needs a rework? No, they just need to separate them. That's it. That's the rework. Done. That's it. I think Garden needs a rework, but the problem is it's gotten like 17 of those so far. Are we getting griefed again? Oh yeah, it looks like we're getting griefed. Let's check up on our bestiary. I'm still getting Tad Gang significantly slower than the rest. Well, actually, no, it's about the same speed as Ent now. Okay. I say just change lobbies personally. I wouldn't bother with this. It seems like he's gonna fish with this. Okay, well. Stranded definitely needs a rework, yeah. But no, I'm at the point now where I've given up on Tinder. That app doesn't, it straight up doesn't work. At all. It's not worth my time. And ideally, I'd like to stay away from all the apps. They are terrible. You know what I want to do actually? I want to have a complete like dopamine detox. Just like not use any scrolling apps whatsoever. No scrolling feeds. No Twitter. I don't have to worry about TikTok. I don't use TikTok really. But like, nothing. Not even YouTube videos. Like if I get bored, I gotta sit there and do nothing. Or text somebody at least. Like something that's just not immediate giving in to like an algorithm. Or like some, not even music. I just want to like completely disconnect from all content that's fed to me. For like a week. I think that would do wonders for my brain. Anything that's like a quick shot of dopamine needs to go away. That's probably the biggest problem we have as humans right now. Because like, isn't dopamine evolutionarily supposed to be the mechanism that makes us want to accomplish things? So like, no wonder we sit here and have no urge to do anything, and there's no positive feeling associated with getting a task done, because you're literally addicted to dopamine. Your tolerance is so high that when you get a genuine dopamine hit, it's barely anything compared to swiping to the next short form video. That might be the problem. Straight up. Yo, thank you for the $10, Jack. Tinder works for girls? Well, it does, yeah. And forget the top 10% of guys who are the most conventionally attractive. For everyone else, it sucks. I learned this the hard way. I'm gonna make the case that even the attractive guys have the same problem that girls do, where they get a bunch of likes, but it's from people they're not attracted to. So then it's like, great, look, I'm not gonna make any judgments on my appearance. That's up to you, but I'll just tell you my objective experience, right? Again, I have 99 plus likes on Tinder. Can't see who they are. The app doesn't even let me swipe them back anyways. But at this point, it's probably over 300 likes, if I had to guess. But I don't know for sure. Every time there is a match, which is rare now because it never shows me these people, but when I do match with them, it's usually someone that they had one good picture, and then there's some other problem. Maybe they're a single mom, which, sorry, I'm not loading up someone else's save game, you know what I mean? Sorry. But like, there's various other things, like smoking, like weed's fine, but like cigarettes, that smell is awful and gets literally everywhere. And like various other problems. Or again, just one good picture and then it's like, oh. It's quantity, not quality more so. Well, that's what I mean, is that like, even that like, I'm not even sure if I qualify in that group, but based on what people have been telling me and what I've been seeing, even the guys that get matches in the apps, they're dissatisfactory. And it's because the apps intentionally match you with people that it thinks you'll like be mildly interested in, but not go on a date. Because that's what keeps you swiping. That's what keeps you watching ads, getting frustrated, paying for the service so that you actually get more matches. It's all a scam. It's all designed to extract money from you. All the way up the ladder, even if you're at the top. And then you just match with bots. Yeah, that's the other problem. I had a lot of bot matches. Back when I did pay for the app, like 90% of my matches were, okay, maybe not 90, like 70% were bots. They'll be like, ooh, scroll below to see what you want to, and then it's like an Instagram or a Snapchat, and it's like not even their name, it's a different name. Like, okay. Okay. Sure. I want to see that. Do you not like single mothers? You know, I think they're doing a great thing. They're trying their best, but I'll appreciate them from a distance. Sorry. I've got enough crap going on in my life. I can't deal with that. And I'll be real, I think that's most guys. Sorry. It's a rough situation out there. Most guys want to start their own family? Exactly. Yep. And it's nothing against like that group specifically. It's just, it's very not personal, you know? It's not a judgment call. It's not a me judging somebody. It's just like, oh, it's just not gonna work. Like, sorry. What's your next big goal on Iron Man? I think a big one's gonna be Cata 50. Finally say goodbye to the catacombs. Is my fishing rod just not throwing? I cannot find the bobber. It saddens me that statistically over 10 years, I'll most likely meet someone over an app rather than an actual human interaction. Yeah, that's the world we live in. Isn't it great? Ugh. I will say, though, the past few months I've had a few interactions in person that did lead to, like, getting a number or a Snapchat or something. It didn't work out. But it has happened to me. Like, I've actually had it happen. But then later you find out details about a person that's like, yeah, that's not gonna work. I think the other thing, too, is that, like, people's lives are so different, and there's so many different ways that our lives can deviate, that just finding someone compatible is probably just harder in general. Guys approach me, I'm just like, run. That's the other thing, too, is that you don't know who someone really is, right? And we live in an age of mental health problems. And I'm not judging people with mental health problems because I'm one of them, but, like, there's a certain brand of mental health problem that's dangerous. And I can't blame women for being cautious. You know, there's creeps out there. Genuinely, there is. But the problem is, how do you know, how can you tell apart the normal people from the ones that are creeps? Or then you have people like me that are on the spectrum, and it's like, I know I'm not a weird person, but, like, I'm awkward. And that's bad. And then on the guy side of things, it's like, oh, the last thing I want is to make a girl uncomfortable. Like, there's a tweet that went viral like 2 days ago that were like 200,000 likes, and it's like me at the thought of making a girl uncomfortable, and it's that scene like Walter White with the gun. Like, jeez. Like, my number one fear in public is making someone uncomfortable. So it's like there's fear on both sides, just leading to zero interaction. For me, it's like I don't want to get hurt again. I feel that, but I just throw myself back into the fire. I'm used to getting hurt, ghosted, cheated on. I've had all of it happen at this point. I haven't had anyone die, thank goodness, but, like, I've had a lot of awful things happen in relationships to me. Like, I've experienced pretty much the whole gambit at this point. But I keep throwing myself back in. It's what you gotta do. Straight up. Like, yeah. What's the alternative? Just be alone forever? Like, no. Obviously can't do that. I fear cheating and lying? Oh, yeah. My first serious relationship ended because, well, there was a lot of reasons it ended, but one of them was she was cheating on me with one of my friends. It's happened. I've been ghosted more times than I can count. I mentioned this a few streams ago, that, like, I've had, like, 4 separate times where girls I've met were not over their exes. One of which had died, said ex. And I was, like, competing with a person that wasn't on this planet anymore, which was insane. Ugh. Just the variety of ways that things have gone wrong is insane. Too many times I would bring up, like, some detail about myself. Like, I talked about the weed thing and the withdrawal in a recent date. And that was, like, an instant turn off. Like, but I'm through the other side. I'm not, it doesn't have a grip on me anymore. Like, but that detail was enough to just be told respectfully, oh, I gotta go. Okay, bye. Unmatched. Like, rough. You have Asperger's? Probably. They don't call it that anymore. It's ASD now. But most likely, yeah. The number one thing that happens is that a conversation just kind of goes quiet. Nothing really happens. There's no, like, event. They just stop replying. Maybe I'm just boring. It's happened, like, at least over 100 times at this point. I'm not even kidding. Oh, thank you for the T1 sub, Wolf Alone. Much appreciated. I actually can't imagine one of my friends getting with anyone. I'm with, like, are some of you guys friends actually that bad? I don't know. Society in general is just sucky with that. Well, also another thing, too, is, like, most people are not socially well adjusted because of COVID. A part of me appreciates the fact that COVID happened because it brought everyone down to my level. It's like, I barely know how to communicate. Well, now I do, but before I didn't. So it kind of brought everyone down to my level of communication, lack of skill. But it just made things worse. I was probably with two other people, and then one of them convinced the other to ditch me. And that's why I can't do that. That's another reason that it's an instant nope on a dating app, is if they're poly in some way. I can't do that. Nope. Call me selfish, but I don't want to share. Nope. I have yet to see a healthy poly relationship. And I've seen a good few. I have friends that are in that situation, and it always goes bad. Eventually. It's only a matter of time. I'm too jealous for that. Rightfully so. You know, another huge filter for me? Whenever I tell people that, well, whenever people find out I'm a YouTuber, they automatically assume, oh, that's cute. He does it as a hobby. Probably has like 10k subs and gets like 20 bucks a month. That's probably what they immediately think, which is probably a hilarious filter, because then if things get that far and they find out my name, then it's like, wait, this is serious. But like, you can't just advertise that, because then I'm doxing myself, right? How do you tell someone you're a YouTuber but it's serious? Huge filter. So many people on Match because they think, oh, he's unemployed. Like, so many times. And then if it gets far enough where it's like, oh yeah, I do Minecraft content, then it's an even bigger filter. It's like, oh, Minecraft? Kids game? Ugh. Like, I know that SkyBlock has a more mature audience than the rest of the game, but you can't explain that. Influencer? That sounds even worse. I think I need to just put out a game for once and then say I'm a game developer. And then if people ask, I can give them the title and be like, look, I made this game. You could tell I'm not experienced with streaming anymore because my throat's actually drying up. I need tea. Don't worry, 30, there's always someone out there for you. Well, the point I'm making is that I'm sure that's the case. Like, I'm of the belief that the one doesn't exist. There's no such thing. I think there's a million the ones for every person. Like, even if a tenth of 1% of people are compatible with you, 1 in 1,000. There's so many options. But the problem is the system is set up in such a way that finding that person and finding out that the other person is that kind of person just never happens. I can't tell you how many times a relationship or like an almost relationship went bad too early. I haven't given people a chance when I probably should have, and I've definitely been had the opposite happen where they didn't give me a chance. And that's just how it goes. Couldn't you say you're a coder? Yeah, but then they're gonna start going, oh, what company do you work for? Myself. Then that sounds just as bad. It's better to be straight up honest. Well, that's what I do, is I say I'm a content creator, but it's like, a huge filter. Because people are so tuned to just go for a specific archetype of person and then immediately assume whatever's not a part of that archetype is just bad. So I don't know. I'm not really complaining on a personal level. I'm just like mystified as to how our species is going to continue. You wouldn't want to be with someone who finds that weird or off-putting? Oh yeah, like sure. Most people that I've talked to are chill and even excited about the YouTube thing. They're like, oh my god, that's so cool. When they actually get to the point where they see who I am. To say you're an industrialist. Yeah, once you start using lawyer speak, then it really gets like, oh, okay, so this guy's unemployed. I'm a strategic accountant manager at such and such company. Also, you make minimum wage then. Self-employed might be the most unemployed thing anyone can ever say. And that's the funny part, is I am self-employed. But I make a, frankly, much higher than average income. I'm not going to say the number, but it's at least 6 figures, I'll tell you that. So, like, I'm doing fine. But how do you say that without coming across as braggy? You don't. Weird flex? I mean, sure. But that's what I mean. That's the immediate response, is weird flex, but okay. Now, if I were to become staff on the server, then I could say I'm a developer for Hypixel, and then they'll go, oh, so you work at a game dev company? I'm like, yes. Like, see, that would work. Then I'd have an answer when they ask what company. If I were to say I was a developer. I did not mean to hype just then. Whoops. Is most of your money from cloaks or ad rev? Neither. It's creator code. Not even close. It's like 3/4 of my income. Well, more like... yeah, 3/4. And you shouldn't really be talking about income to someone you've barely started talking to. Yeah, but as a guy, you kind of... the conversation always ends up going there. And then you're just like, all right, now I have to talk about work again. Like, I'd prefer not to, because it always gets weird with the YouTube thing. It just gets confusing whether they're there for you or for the money. Yeah. That is a problem. So if Hypixel shuts down, you might be screwed. Nah. The thing is, I've set up a system that I'm very proud of, where even if my active income went to 0, I'm still making money every month for doing nothing. I have the 2 spare rooms in the house that I can rent out, which takes out all of the housing expenses. I have a real estate... well, I have another property that is my mom's place. Doesn't make money now, but it will at some point as a retirement thing, I guess. I have an investment portfolio of stocks. Makes like 10% a year. Makes even more than the rooms do. The spare rooms, I should say. My car's paid off. and insurance is cheap. I only get 1 gallon of gas, or 1 tank of gas a month on average. So it's like $150 a month for transportation, 0 a month for housing. Even if I had like full like health insurance and like everything else, like the cost to live is like less than $2,000 a month, and I can make that through the markets. Like I'm set up. I'm not rich. There's a way to do it for very little money, especially if you live in California. What I have is considered like chump change, but for Florida, I'm good. It took years to do that. I'm proud to say I've wasted very little of what you guys have allowed me to accrue over the past like 5-6 years. There's very few YouTubers, I believe, that have spent their money wiser than I have, other than like future business ventures. You don't gotta commute to work. Well, that's what I'm saying, is I don't even have to work. Granted, my quality of life would definitely go down. I wouldn't be able to eat out like every day, or I could probably afford door dashing like once a week with that budget. So it's still it's fine. There's no complaints to that quality of life had the income dried up, but I would just not hit certain goals that I want to hit. You doing the Mr. Beast collab? I have not been reached out to, so most likely not. Yeah, people think they need huge chunks of money, like, I need $2 million to retire. Like, no. You don't need that much money to retire. Just having a big pile of money isn't really a good plan. If you mobilize it, you can get by with... Honestly, it'd be stretching it, but you could probably be set for life with $500,000. Even at a young age. It just depends how you spend it. Isn't the rule of thumb to live off 5% a year? The actual rule is 4%, but most cautious people would say 3%. 500K at a young age isn't living, though. Sure it is. Sure it is. Absolutely. What do you mean? You could live comfortably in Florida with a lump sum 500K that you're able to invest and put wherever. You can definitely make that happen. 100%. If you invest it correctly. I have 10K. What do I put it into? I'm putting it all into all my eggs in one basket right now. I'm not a finance manager, okay? I can't just tell you what to do. I'd get in a lot of trouble if I said that. But what I would do if I had my first 10,000, well, I'll tell you what I did with my first 10,000. It wasn't 10, it was 30. My first $30,000 that I ever had that was just liquid money from YouTube checks. It was in March of 2020. Right as the pandemic hit. I threw everything into the stock market when it was the bottom. I'm not saying you should do that, because we're all-time highs right now, but I got very lucky because I put 30 grand into the stock market when it hit its literal bottom by a week after my investment had doubled. That's not normal. Okay? That is not normal. But if I, in 2025, had my first 10K to invest... I mean, first off, where do you live, right? I mean, what state? If you're in a state that's like not expensive to live in, like Florida, finding some way to get a down payment on a property and then have extra rooms and immediately rent them out, house hack. Even if you have to put down like a small percentage and have to pay like PWI, what is it called? Private equity insurance or something. You know what I mean? If you can just get a property and rent out the rooms, then you can make so much more money than if it was invested in the stock market. Like in your house, the same house you're in, like house hacking. It's such an overpowered strat. 10K is not going to get me a down payment. You'd be surprised. I'm not suggesting this is very irresponsible, but there are some companies that let you put a 1% down payment on a house. It's so bad. But if you're able to, I don't know, over the course of 6 months, collect rent and then throw it into the mortgage, get it above 20% within a year or two, then you're not paying for the private equity insurance, and then you're chilling. Am I saying you should do that? No. Would I try it? Maybe. You have so many responsibilities when owning a property. If it's a new house, then most of those responsibilities are fine. Like maintenance-wise, you don't even have to think about it for the first 2 years. Again, that's why I'm not suggesting it. A lot could go wrong. At 6.5% interest, well, that's the problem, right? That would be a big problem. I already own properties in Vegas. I feel like owning another one in LA would be a nightmare. You'd have to pay so much taxes, bro. Because the rent would be considered income in the state of California, so you got to pay for income tax. Ugh. Ugh. Exactly why I chose Vegas. Yeah. Yeah. But like the real answer though, like if I actually had 10K, how much do you pay a month for transportation, right? If for 10,000 you can get yourself a relatively middle-aged car, like not necessarily old but not new either, like most of its depreciation curve's done with, like you can get a solid vehicle like a Honda Civic 2015 maybe, and then be in the same spot I'm in now where transportation's like $150 a month. Then you could use that monthly income that you're saving to build up your savings again. That's the real answer, is find some expense in your life and attack it. Get it to zero or close to it. Find some way to get the monthly expenses low. Oh my God. So many mobs to the point where I can't even throw a bobber. I guess another thing that people do with, I mean, 10,000 in a high yield savings is only going to give you like what, $40 a month at 4%. That's like, okay, bro. Thanks, I guess. Who cares? $10,000 is definitely not enough for a down payment on a house. Well, I know that, but I'm saying like, if you were to get some special deal where it's a 1% down, technically you could do it. It would be horrible because the interest rate would be insane. But if you were to leverage it, you know, again, 1% down payment, which is the equivalent of a $100,000 down payment, which is about what I had for this house. So if they let you do 1%, you can technically do it. Rent out, say, 3 rooms if it's a 4-bedroom house, make $900 a month per room. Times 3 is $3,600. Wait. 900 times 3. $2,700 a month. And then you take that and then immediately put it back into the loan to get your equity position above 20% over the course of the next year. So then you're not paying that ridiculous insurance. And then you refinance and get your rate down. It is possible. It's risky as hell, but you could do it. And then by the end of a year or two, you have a house. And hopefully not a terrible monthly payment. Granted, you get 3 tenants willing to pay $900 a month. I got 2. And if I wanted, I could have moved this entire setup into my bedroom. It's a large square footage bedroom. I could have had my streaming setup in there and rented out this as a 3rd bedroom. I could have very well done that. But at least in the Tampa area, oh yeah, $900 for a room? You could do that easy. It didn't even take long to find the first few people that wanted to move in. Finance with ThirtyVirus. But obviously stuff can go wrong. A couple months of vacancy will probably be really bad. You wouldn't be able to make your payments. And then you have to foreclose, which obviously sets you back to 0. You have to execute everything right. Which is why I'm not recommending you do it. Leveraging a 1% down payment is like voluntarily landing on Boardwalk and Monopoly. I don't get that reference because it's been like 15 years since I played Monopoly, but maybe not 15, more like 10, but still. I agree. It's very risky. But the question was, how do you get the most out of 10,000 invested, your first 10,000? The most actionable advice I can give everyone in chat is get your credit score up. If you're in the US. I don't know how it works in other countries, but like getting, like, if you have a Spotify payment, a YouTube Premium payment, if you get DoorDash, wouldn't recommend doing that. But if you do already, then put those payments on a 0 yearly fee credit card and have it on auto pay. Just rack up as many successful payments as you can, pay 0 interest. It costs you no extra money. Do that over the course of like a year. I opened like 6 or 7 credit card accounts in my first year having credit, and now they're like all 4 or 5 years old, and my credit score is 810, and I spent no additional money to do that. If anything, I gained money from doing that because of the like the offers where it's like spend $500 on this card in the first 3 months and you'll get $200. Like, yeah, I've made money doing that. Everybody could do that. And then once you have a good credit score, then you can leverage a 1% down payment on a house, which again, wouldn't recommend doing, but you could technically. And you'd probably get a competitive rate. But anyway, that's enough of me nerding out about finance. How long have we been fishing? I feel like it's been a while. We have not even gotten close to maxing out the bestiary yet, though. Tad Gang, we're doing actually better than Ent now. Can use dyes on Divine Armor. I think so. In a recent update, yeah, I think so. Oh, listen, thank you for joining. Become a member. How long have you doom scrolled on TikTok so far? 0 minutes. I don't use TikTok for that. I only upload on there. I do not consume content on that platform. Unless I'm tagged in it, then I will. Shout out Mash Clash. Have you played Clash Royale? No. I played Clash of Clans and Boom Beach, but not Clash Royale. It's weird to see the variety of ages that watch 30Virus. Must be weird to manage them all. Not really. I just reply to whatever chat messages I find interesting. That's really all it is. Whoever happens to watch me is whoever happens to watch me. I don't cater to any specific audience. I just be me, and whoever wants to watch me watches me. That's really that simple. I think it's cringe trying to have a target audience. It's like, because then that's when you get kind of weird with it. Like, I don't want to be a kids YouTuber, right? I'd rather have whoever just wants to hang out of all ages. Like, if it's just someone that's interested in the things I'm interested in and wants to hear what I have to say, I'd rather that. You're not going to see me going, I spent 100 days playing Minecraft as a squid. Like, I don't give a crap. It's so nah. I have some ice that I stashed over here. Half of it melted. I have to keep myself cool because the door's closed for sound reasons. Here, let's restart the recording, actually. There we go. As repetitive as it is, just be yourself thing works perfectly for YouTubers, in my opinion. Well, the way I see it is that if you're doing something you enjoy, you're going to be more inclined to keep doing it. If you're not doing something you enjoy, then you start to hate it. And then when you do put content out for it, people can sense that. They just kind of know you hate it. And it makes it less fun to watch, therefore less good, so people don't watch it as much. It really is that simple. So just accept the fact that, you know, people that like what you like, there's a limited number of them, but the ones that do will stick around. And that policy's worked very well for me. And I think you guys appreciate it more because it's like, I mean, it's not that I love SkyBlock more than anything in the world, but I tolerate it to the point where it's like, yeah, this is chill. I don't have a problem with this. But you will never catch me enjoying a 100 days video. Nope. Do you enjoy SkyBlock, or is it a chore? I think the grinds are a chore. But, like, when there's actual content, like Foraging update, I think it's great. I don't have a problem with it at all. I start to have a problem when it's like hour 300 of doing the same thing. Does it feel like you're going to work? Not really. Because I don't go anywhere. I'm already at work all day, every day. Whether I'm streaming or not, I'm playing SkyBlock most of the day. That's just how it goes. Oh, what's up, Durelius? Yo. Congrats on the generational debt. I know. If I do anything combat related, I'm gonna have to get 100 million coins more first. Ugh. I am debating selling the extra mangrove wood once I get to 10 million collection. I'm just hesitant because I don't know how much you need for the attributes for fusions. I'm scared. Do you use contacts? I have contacts. I also have glasses, but I only wear them when I go out or watch a movie. I got kind of lucky with my vision problems. It only becomes an issue after like 15 feet. 10, 15 feet. Just about TV distance. So like, I can see everything in front of me perfectly clear. Like I could count the pixels on my monitor. Like, that's fine. But once I go to like the ThirtyVirus is a little blurry. A little bit. And that's like 10 feet. I look like a huge nerd with glasses. You want to see? Oh, these are my sunglasses. I cannot see. These actually look kind of cool. It's the Meta Ray bands. I can barely... Oh, it talked to me. Battery 99%. You look so Floridian. Oh, if you think this looks Floridian, I have some of those, like, I call them, like, what are they called? Jet ski sunglasses. Like those blue ones that are reflective. This is like, whenever I see someone wearing these inside, I think, oh, he's high and he's trying to hide it. Like, to hide the red eyes. Anyways. Yeah, I don't really look nerdy in those glasses because they're sunglasses, but regular ones, oh boy. They talk? Yeah. It's not as cool as you think. The videos it records are in 9:16, which is so stupid. It has two cameras, one here, one here. So how is the recording shaped like this? That makes no sense. It should record landscape, not portrait. That makes genuinely no sense. I hate short form content, bro. I think we stepped like 17 steps backwards when we're like, you know what? I'm too lazy to flip my phone like this, so I'm just gonna make everything worse. And have half of the screen be taken up by UI elements. Ugh. What are you using those glasses for? I use them to drive, but every now and then, like, if I get back to making fan mails, they'll be pretty helpful if I, like, want to film B-roll shots of me, like, picking up the mailboxes, or, like, if I'm gonna make a fitness video or, like, a grocery haul video, I can record clips of that, but that's about it. A lot of people are kind of weird about those glasses because they record video, and it's like, oh, why do you want to record video just out in public? Like, people get really iffy about that, which is understandable. But then I have to remind them, when the camera's recording, there's an LED. So it's not just, like, secretly recording. Like, you can very clearly see that someone's recording with them. How long have you had them? About a year. Not gonna lie, it wasn't necessary. I don't record enough IRL content for that to make sense. But if I had these in, like, 2021, oh yeah, I could have got a lot of use out of them, with the fan mails especially. I could have had POV shots of, like, opening a box. That would have been cool. Do you know your free weight numbers? Oh, it's atrocious. I haven't been at my peak physique in quite a while. So frankly, I don't even know where I'm at right now. Maybe someday we'll do fan mails again. I think the channel needs another explosion moment. It's kind of plateaued the past couple of years. So I don't think that the quality of or quantity of packages would be good enough to make videos. And I don't even know if enough people would show up to watch the video, you know what I mean? It was different when SkyBlock was like at its peak in 2021. Maybe for the week of 30Virus video POV shots. Yeah, true. That is true. I do want to make that video. A week in the life of 30Virus. That'd be cool. I do have a PO box, but it's not public. So people can't send me things. Not yet. I haven't touched SkyBlock in over a year. How cooked am I? I don't get that mindset. If you haven't played SkyBlock for a year, 2 years, 3 years, you should be happy. There's so much content that's not grindy. Like, ahead of you. Like, you can actually play the game and enjoy yourself. So much to do. Just ignore Garden, though. Garden's not fun. There's no context for Garden's fun. Worst island in the game. I hate it even more than Dungeons at this point. Garden and Hoppity should be deleted. Why Hoppity? The only reason people hate Hoppity is the Divine Rabbits. I'm disappointed that they didn't do what I suggested with the, I suggested that Hoppity offer at least one unique rabbit per SkyBlock gear in the shop. I don't know why they still haven't done that. And if it gets to high rarity ones, just make them cost a lot of coins. I'd be happy to spend 100 mil just to get rid of the divines that I haven't gotten yet. It's fine. Just offer it to me. If I've gotten to the point where I have every single rabbit except for the divines, you should just offer them to me. It's been months. But other than that, it's a very laid back update. You don't have to actively do anything. Especially with the Hitman. The Hitman is one of the best features added to Hoppity. They did, but they don't do it above Legendary. Yeah, like, that's why. I don't like that, man. Fishing bestiary time? Yeah, it turns out this task is taking a lot longer than I anticipated. With Ent, it's actually kind of pathetic. With Tad Gang, we're making solid progress. Let us pay chocolate for rabbits. I don't dislike that idea either. That'd be a great idea. Spend like your entire supply. What if there was like a button where it was like spend all of your chocolate that you have, and it has to be the max capacity, max amount, so 60 million for a random unique rabbit. I would love that. That would be great. That would be incredible. It makes so much sense. What's your favorite artist? I don't really follow artists. I always appreciate what they do, but I don't go out of my way to look at art. You know what I mean? Like, there's artists that I know personally that I would probably call my favorite. Maybe. But, like, I don't really have much of a need. Let's think of it this way. My thoughts are a stream of words. I don't think in imagery. I think in words. Adjectives to describe things. I don't actually see things. Like, I don't have a mind's eye. If someone tells me to visualize an apple, I can tell you everything about the apple, but I can't, like, see it in my brain. If I close my eyes and try to visualize it, I can't see an apple. I can't even see red. Like, I can't even, you know what I mean? Like, aphantasia. But you know what's weird, though? There have been times when I've seen things that don't exist. It does happen. It's very rare. But, like, the number one way to do it for me is lucid dreaming. Obviously, I still see dreams. And if I'm lucid dreaming, it's like I'm in the Matrix. POV, like, controlling my character. Or even weirder, if I wake up halfway through falling asleep, I get actual hallucinations. Like, I have seen things that don't exist clear as day, as much as I can see you guys in chat. And they're just there. But they're not real. It's a complete construct of my mind. That was freaky. It's not often. It happens like once every couple months. But like, I've told this one before, but like, I've had several times when I was peak weed usage. And there was a lot of like subconscious like warning lights blinking. And at one point, I go to sleep. I wake up halfway through the process of falling asleep, but I keep my eyes closed and I see a literal warning sign in front of me, and it's rotating in like these like jagged, rapid like quadrants, kind of like an item frame in Minecraft being right clicked on. It's like a yellow warning sign that spins as if it was put in a Minecraft item frame and clicked constantly. And it's just here in my vision, and I see it. Just spinning like that. It's happened 3 times, that one. And then sure enough, as soon as I stopped the substances, it went away. There was one time that was really horrifying. I don't really understand this one as much. This one's horrifying, right? So I'm trying to go to bed. Eyes are closed. I have that kind of like slip out of consciousness for a few seconds. But then I come back. I open my eyes. I kid you not. Imagine The Grudge. Right here. Right up to my face. Staring at me with those eyes. Pale white face. Wet, like jagged, unkempt hair. Just eyes. Staring at my face. And I freak out. I jump out of bed. And it's just like moving with my head. Like it is in my vision. It's like someone took like a filter, like contact lenses that had the image burned into them, just put on my eyes. I try closing my eyes, it's still there. I keep my eyes open, it's still there. I jump out of bed, it follows me. And it stayed like that for like 4 minutes. And the only way it went away was looking at my phone. Ugh. I don't know what caused that, but I had never watched The Grudge, but I've seen enough of it that image is somewhere in my subconscious, and ooh, that was freaky. So my brain's capable of visualizing things that don't exist, but not when I want it to. Yo, 22 months of YouTube member, Jack. Thank you for that. I had a similar thing happen with cigarettes, where if I kept having dreams telling me to quit. Still haven't been able to kick the habit though. Hey, you know, as someone who's been through their own flavor of addiction, I wish you luck. That's a tough one, nicotine. I don't know from experience, but I've heard. But I wish you luck. Have you ever been really sleep deprived? It feels a lot like being baked. Yeah, I have. I've done streams where I was sleep deprived, and it does feel a lot like being baked. I think on a biological level, though, it's more similar to being drunk. And I told this on stream a few times, like I started experimenting with that. I found out alcohol's not really my thing. I don't really enjoy it that much. It's like a meh, like take it or leave it. But like if I'm gonna take it, it's like once a month max. Like I don't, and like 1 or 2 drinks. I don't go crazy at all. Not even close. But there was one time when I was fed more than I thought was in my drink. And oh yeah, I could tell you, as someone who's been sleep deprived a dozen times, it feels a lot more like that. A good beer is super good? No, it's not. Beer's disgusting. It's like the worst. Ugh. As someone who doesn't really drink, I feel like if I had to have alcohol, I'd either get an Angry Orchard, so like a, what's it called? Like a cider, because that actually tastes like something that's not alcohol. Or if I had a goal, like getting to a certain level of intoxication, I'd just take a shot and call it a day. Like, ugh. I don't want to have to sip this disgusting thing for like 10 minutes. Like, why? Ugh. Oh yeah, wine is disgusting. I've been given that twice, and oh, it's so bad. It's almost worse than beer. Like, ugh. I just want to get it over with. But nah, don't. Honestly, like, you're not, if you don't drink, you are missing nothing. It is so not exciting. I've gotten to much more exciting places with weed, which I also don't recommend, but still. What made you choose the editor you have now? Fezzy? Well, he's an incredible artist. He does amazing work, but back when we started working together, even though like he wasn't nearly at the level he's at now, he was consistent and efficient and a great friend and someone that I wanted to talk to on a near daily basis. That means a lot. Like, it sounds funny, but being friends with like the people you worked with is great. I love it. It's actually like so much better, I feel like, than like 99% of YouTubers. Like, me and Fezzy just hang out for reasons that are not work related all the time. And because we have an arrangement where it's like a certain percentage of the channel goes to him, like, he has just as much incentive as I do to make things work. And that's the best way to do it. And he just so happens to be the best editor I've ever met. Like, this dude can make Apple commercials. Like, he doesn't think he could, but he can. Absolutely. And because he's got that, like, radio voice, he could be a one-stop shop for making, like, high-quality, like, corporate, like, multi-million dollar ad projects. Like, he could do it. With, like... I don't know. He's similar to me in the sense that I'm terrible at, like, editing, but, like, it's more like we each have picked a thing that we're really into. For me, it's code. For him, it's editing. And, like, we just learned everything there is to know about it and just almost do it for fun. Like, we enjoy the process. You should do a high block stream. Well, I am trying to chill out with the weed, but I'm glad to say it doesn't have a grip on me anymore, and it hasn't for like 3 months now. I stopped the bad stuff like 5 months ago, but yeah, it hasn't had a grip on me for a while. Like, I've gone like a month without it, without even noticing. So, like, hell yeah. With that said, I'll still enjoy it from time to time, as long as it's the real stuff and not alt cannabinoids. Never doing that again with the fake crap. Nope. Never again. But I don't know if I want to make content like that anymore. Because, like, now that I've been through the whole cycle of addiction, I just feel like it's irresponsible. I don't know. Maybe not. Because I don't have anything against C-Scoop. I think his videos are funny. But, like, I just feel icky promoting it, you know? Because, like, I'm in a place now where I can enjoy it casually, but like I know there's gonna be people that look at it and think it's nothing but sunshine and rainbows, and it is not. Like, ugh. Was bro doing spice? I mean, basically THCP 30 times stronger than Delta 9 is like only a step below spice. It's not good. Ugh. Amazing relationship. I wish I could find a content creator to work with together, but I'm not good at talking to people. I mean, neither was I or Fezzy. We just so happened to share the interest of Hytale and Hypixel Bed Wars and a few other games. I'd say hang out in communities, like content creator communities that are for things you like. And the goal shouldn't be, it's very weirdly similar to dating. The goal shouldn't be to find the partner, or in that case, content creator to edit for, but like just hang around people that you enjoy hanging out with. And then eventually, I've seen this happen so many times, having gone to VidCon. Go to VidCon. That's a huge one. But like if you're in a friend group at an Airbnb in VidCon, for example, you're gonna find someone that like you enjoy hanging out with that needs an editor. Like it's bound to happen. I've seen it like so many times. Like half the friend groups that I've seen are content creators and their editors just chilling out like at VidCon. So there you go. Maybe TwitchCon too. Wouldn't be the worst idea. But it usually starts from like some community, right? Like there's the Lifesteal group, right? Or there's the Hypixel SkyBlock group. Or my group is like Hypixel creators. Like in general, like the older Hypixel creators. From like back before SkyBlock. Can you make more tutorial videos? I've considered it, but like SkyBlock needs to be a little bit, again, it's in a lull period, but like once we're less in a lull period, then I'd be more inclined to do that. Because I could definitely make an updated talisman guide. I can definitely do like a progression guide for, you know what I want to do? Another like 100 tips for Hypixel SkyBlock progression, and have a lot of them be related to attributes and like foraging, because there's a lot of tips and tricks. But maybe not all related to that, but like some backwater bayou, some for the new mining changes, and I think it's about time I could do that, but we'll see. What is a lull period? It's not lull, it's lull with a U. It means that it's kind of low-key. Like, the player base isn't really exploding like it used to. Like, we've got about a third of the players at peak still, and that's the place we've been in for like 3 years now. How much more bestiary are we doing? Oh my god. We're about halfway with Tad Gang. About a fifth of the way with Ent. I feel like we should probably call it at some point. Let's see what else is on my list of things to do. I do want to get Fish the Fish. I feel like in order to do that, though, I need to go exclusively for treasure. You know what? I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to bid adieu to this lobby, to this fishing party. Thank you guys for that. But I think right now, I want to complete the Hina's chapter and get a Fish the Fish. So I think I'm going to fish somewhere else. So thank you, thank you. You're going to have to go. All right, chat. Now, what is the ideal setup for treasure other than backwater bayou stuff? Is it just going to be what we did to get the, what was I trying to get? The flex bones? Is it the same setup as flex bones? It's just 1 in 2,000 catches? Well, let's do it then. Let's max out the Heinous chapters, because if we go here, mob the fish, shiniest, we just need Fish the Fish, and we're done with Heinous chapters, so let's do it. Oh, Cam Ninja, thank you for the Prime sub. Hey, much appreciated. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. The only thing that susses me out a little bit is the fact that there's a Midas sword in there, but it's technically not in there because it's also in the one in the hunting toolkit. I'm just going to put this away. And we can put that over there. We have 22 wet water, which I guess we can put there. Sell these. We dropped 2 flying fish pets. Who cares? We're at 99 out of 100 subs on Twitch. Very exciting. We can make the next goal 150. Check your Emperor Skulls. It's probably like 0. Oh, it's at 2. Oh boy. Wow. Doesn't mean anything. Because... let's see. I spent 4 on the talisman, right? Like if I were to do recipe imp. I have the Emperor's Talisman, which costs 4. The Emperor Ring takes 16 in total, which means I need 12. And I only have 10. So if we got 2 more, then we can upgrade to an Emperor Ring. Alright. Let us fish for mob de fish. See how many flex bones we get by accident along the way. I need to get my... I need to get the ding sound to be louder. Is that player sounds or is that technically note blocks? Okay. I want to get the splashing noises to go away. Let's use the sound mod. Water. Water and underwater. I think that did it. You're either going to be here for 10 minutes or 10 hours. Yeah, we're about to find out. I'm still hearing the splashing noises. I still don't know what that sound is, and I cannot get rid of it. Splash. It's not a splash potion noise. Swim? No. Does anyone know the actual name of that noise? Coarse fruit, trident, totem, ink sac, goat horn, mace, elytra, shovel, crop, flint and steel. Rain. It's probably in block. It's got to be in the block section. Cherry wood, piston, wool, dispenser, packed mud, hanging roots, another nether wood button, wart. Wet sponge, conduit. Oh, we have 100 subs. Look at that. We gotta change the goal now. Decorated pot, mud bricks, barrel. Yeah, I don't know. I tried water already, didn't work. Underwater, didn't work. It's driving me insane. Ambient. Yeah, I don't know. There's too many. Ambient. There's nothing in there. Oh, cave ambience. If I were to do accessibility, show subtitles. Splashes. Well, that's not an option. Great. You have to use the bathroom again. I'll be back. This is driving me insane. These noises. I have to find what this noise is. It's not player. It's not blocks. It's not friendly creatures. It's not ambient. It's obviously not jukebox. What is it then? It's not even in a category. I'm gonna lose my mind. I caught a cod. We're just gonna have to power through the noises. Azure. Azure again. Why do these shards not drop as items, but COD did? That doesn't make any sense. My skin is burning. Why did you not use sunscreen, Luther? Rookie mistake. Doesn't that look satisfying? The 100 out of 100 subs? I did. Well, you gotta use better sunscreen. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, and now Azure drops as an item. Very strange. You're trying to max out every shard? Yeah. I just kind of tanned for 7 hours. Well, there's your problem. Well, you didn't tan. You got burnt. There's a distinction. Yeah, 7 hours is crazy. You got to reapply that sunscreen every, like, 3 hours. What are you doing? I'm grinding for fish to fish. It's a 1 in 2,000 chance. And once we've done it, we have maxed out Hina's chapters. And I think after that, we're going to go back to foraging a little bit with the golden, or not golden dragon, the jade dragon. And then I'll probably get it to hatch off camera, maybe. And then grind up its level a little bit so we can show it off for real in the next stream. Why is SkyBlock so laggy and bad line? They're working on it. They're pushing out updates every day to get it better. There was one setting that they disabled actually because it was really messing with modern versions multi-core optimization. That was ugh. The game in general is just laggy at that version without using sodium, honestly. I use sodium and still lag. What's your PC setup looking like? CPU and GPU? Bad? Well, there you go. Do you know why sodium hasn't been integrated into the base game? People were asking that about Optifine back in the day. You could ask that about many game mods. Whoa. Whoa, what is that? A wet book? Oh, that's something new. When applied to fishing rods, grants 1 fishing speed. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing I could drop. Wow. That's yeah, that's my first wet book. I didn't even know that was in the game. Apply it? I want to apply all of them at once. I already have max fishing speed. It makes for a better clip. So let's see, what else is on my list here? I still gotta grind up the bestiaries, but we got like a third of it done for Tad Gang, a fifth of it done for N. So I might just have to do the rest off camera, maybe, I don't know. I do also need to get some Carrot King shards. Yeah. I think I've got my work cut out for me off camera. I just wanted to get some good footage of doing it on stream so that the video is more feature complete. Doesn't COD help you with chance? I don't know. I thought COD gave you more damage with your fishing nets or something. I don't remember. Oh yeah, another thing they need to adjust with this update, we need like 6 to 8 turtle spawn locations, not 4. Or maybe just make them respawn faster, because shell-wise grinding is awful. It's probably my least favorite of all the shards to grind right now. Even worse than axolotl or shulker. They are meant to be epic. Yeah, but you need so many of them, though. That's the problem. You mean 3 spots? There's 4. There are 4 spots. Oh, it's eel that does what I said. No. Gives extra coins from treasure. COD. Ah, I see. I think after stream today, I'm gonna food prep a little bit. Oh, you know what? I actually haven't had much food. I've only had about 800 calories so far today. That's good news. That means I get to enjoy a large meal once stream is done. I've been counting my calories again because I'm a little self-conscious about the waist of the stomach. So we gotta take care of that. It makes sense. I haven't really been actively working out in a while. So, time to get back on the horse, so to speak. Now that I don't feel awful physically. Do you think the admins will ever add a way to remove deaths? What? Oh no, the dream of hardcore SkyBlock is no. No. As someone who's played a hardcore, it is so stupid. No. There's way too many random ways to die, and just finding a way to reduce the death counter or like undo a death, it's just dumb. The only way SkyBlock can have a hardcore that's not awful is if it was bingo. That's it. It would have to be a hardcore bingo. Before I went on a plane, I did 3 days of gym at once because I don't want to lose muscle. Did shoulder, chest, leg, back. That's not how that works. I'm fairly certain that is not how that works. You could do bodyweight exercises while you're in the hotel room to maintain muscle as long as you consume adequate protein. You don't have to go crazy. Especially if it's only like a week. Like, you're fine. The big problem is getting back into the habit of doing gym sessions once you get back. Are we gonna drop 40 flex bones again before we get the stupid mob the fish a second time? Thank you, Hypixel. Muscle's much harder to lose than cardiovascular fitness. I think they're both relatively easy to lose, I'm not gonna lie. But not because of timelines, it's more habits. Like, spending a week away isn't going to affect either of them, but that week away might break the habit of doing it regularly. That's the big concern. Yeah, the world's not going to fall apart if you miss a week of working out, no. The problem is a week turns into a month, turns into 6 months, and then it's like, ah. I like the idea of going through the game with 0 deaths. It makes sense in a game like Subnautica, where, like, there's actual stakes, and it's, like, and real strategies to not die, but SkyBlock, everything is so random, and there's too many bugs. And so many random deaths. I mean, think about dungeons. It's basically designed for you to die at some point. Like, it's just, the game is not made to survive. You just don't. One does not simply get cat of 50 and not die once. It's actually impossible. Like, genuinely, it's impossible. And I don't think having lives in the sense that you could buy them or craft them is good either. I think that's stupid. It's just artificial. Yeah, Blade Soul would end so many runs. You think Blade Soul is bad? What about the freaking Mage Outlaw? And you just walk up to it wearing Frozen Blaze by accident. Oh, you're dead. Like, nah. Most fun skill right now if you have a lot of money saved up and haven't played in years. Foraging. You don't even have to spend that much money, though. Well, other than Jade Dragon. For max gear, Jade Drag's like 20 mil. You're forgetting the coins. It's 500 mil plus the stuff to actually buy it. Four out of 6 Slayers have an instant kill. Oh my god. Imagine a Vamp T5 on a hardcore. Ugh. You wouldn't even want to touch that. Nah. No death skyblock is just torture. There's no point. We have a bot in the kick stream. Let us ban. Goodbye. No advertising allowed in my chat. You're multi-streaming to 3 different platforms? Yeah, I'd do 4 if I could. Maybe Twitter. Or X. Or even TikTok, maybe. Those two would be annoying, though, because I'd have to actually have a different encoded stream with different UI elements. And it's a lot of network traffic. Yeah. It's not a problem for my network usually if it's working the way it's supposed to. Like it was not this morning, but now it is. Instagram Live? Yeah, I think I'm good. I don't need to do that. I like getting these piranha shards. I think I can use those for a fusion. Facebook Live. I'm kicking myself, dude. I could have made a bag had I just taken my friend's advice and just... You know what the offer was? It was like 3 years ago at this point. Squid Kid and a bunch of other creators were like, yo, you should really get on this. And I was like, yeah, I'll get to it eventually. Eventually was like 3 months later, and by then it was already done. But they had this thing where it was like, take your already... Oh no, what was it? Stream any content, any number of hours, regardless of how entertaining it is, for like a couple hours a day on Facebook, and get like 10 grand. Like a month. Like what? Oh my god. I missed out. I missed out so bad. I could have just literally did my off-camera grinding on Facebook Live, had like 2 chatters the entire time, and made like 20, 30 grand. Like, what am I? What? Why didn't I do it? It didn't last long, as you can imagine, because they realized quickly how stupid of a deal that was. Streams do well on TikTok? You definitely should. It's a lot of effort to set up. It's a lot of effort to set up. And TikTok already kind of hates me as a platform. I get like no views on there, dude. I have a post on, I think it's Instagram, that has like over 100,000 views, and on TikTok it has like 4,000 views. Like, I don't know. The algorithm doesn't seem to like me over there. The Instagram's been doing great, though. I got over 1 million views in the past, like, 2 weeks on Instagram. What platforms do your short-form videos go? It's YouTube, Instagram, TikTok for right now. I would do Twitter if it didn't show up in my normal feed, but, like, the fact that it does... Ugh. Isn't TikTok just RNG? It seems like it, yeah. It does seem that way. Stay hydrated? Yes. That is a good idea. You could realistically post clips to Twitter and they'd perform fine if you made it a separate account. I doubt it. Instagram has a feature to auto re-upload to Threads, so I've been doing that as well. Technically, I'm on Threads, but like no one uses it. I get like 1 or 2 likes a post on Threads. Like, who the hell uses that platform? But like, if I did like a ThirtyVirus live like Twitter account, I don't think that would get any traction personally. Facebook really thought people would leave Twitter when Musk bought it, but we're still using it. Oh yeah. I don't care what anyone says. Twitter as a platform has improved. And if you don't believe that, you've been brainwashed, okay? Here's the problem, right? You might go, oh, but the bots were going to get bad anyway because of language models. Like, that was a problem that was going to happen with or without Elon Musk. Like, the platform was already going to experience that. I will say, it's not a great situation, but I don't think it's any worse than it would have been. And the platform has way more attention on it. You never used to see Twitter accounts with like posts that have 500,000 plus likes in a tweet. I've never seen that until like a year ago. Like now I'll just get in my feed a tweet that has 700,000 likes. You never see that. I think it's stupid that they call it X. I do think that's dumb. Also, I just realized I'm not picking these items up. I think I'd rather it be called Twitter and tweet instead of X and post. I also just realized I'm not even wearing the right armor. There we go. The political side's gotten way worse though. That was gonna happen anyways. I mean, look at YouTube, Instagram. It's all of the platforms are experiencing this. That's not a platform problem, it's a people problem. Well, it's made worse by the platform and the algorithms, but like every platform's doing it. Post a Truth Social? No. You'll never see me on Blue Sky or Truth Social. You know why? Because extremism is cringe. Doesn't matter which side. Why am I getting like a red line on the right side of my screen when I do that? It's weird. Ah, 5 flex bones in. Ugh. Game, please be nice to me. I don't want to be here all day. I want to complete the Hina's chapters. That would be nice. At least I'm getting tickets while I do this. Finally not RNG carried. But the thing is, I was, and I got one. But the admins don't give us credit. Even though they could easily just test if it was already contributed to that thing, the witch NPC. But no, that would be too smart. Thoughts on Rust? You know, if a game's like main advertised feature is the fact that you can build a base, get a bunch of stuff, log off for 12 hours and it's all rated, you know, I don't think I want to come back to that game personally. I think that's kind of stupid. If there's one thing I hate in video games, it's having backwards progress. Having things taken from me. Like, nah. I'm good. I don't understand why people enjoy that. Makes no sense to me. Do you think SkyBlock will stand the test of time? I immediately thought of, what was it? Civilization 5. Will your civilization stand the test of time? I mean, it depends. The game's already been a thing for 6 years. That's pretty impressive. What counts as a game standing the test of time? A decade? 20 years? I think we can all agree Minecraft has. And it came out... That's a swamp the fish. Are you serious? I'd say 10 years counts. Like, Gary's mod has been around for freaking ever. I wouldn't even be surprised if it's coming up on 20 years. Is the player count diminishing? No, it's hovered for the past, like, 3 years, if I'm being real. It went down like crazy when the pandemic ended, but then that was it. Just kind of hovered at a third of peak. Considering it's a 1 in 2,000 and you catch a treasure every 3 seconds, you shouldn't be here for more than 2 hours. You would think so, right? Yeah, I think SkyBlock's probably going to be a 10-year at least game. Like, I think it's got 4 more years in it if they keep updating, like, Foraging update. I think so. If it's made it this far already, I don't see how it can't go another 4 years. Like, it survived the worst content drought yet, and it's probably not going to go through one like that again. Because they've gotten to modern versions. That was their big bottleneck. SkyBlock survived development hell. That's crazy. Like, would you ever have expected to see modern Minecraft Hypixel SkyBlock? Like, no, I didn't expect that. Over 4 hour stream? Yeah. I was a little scared when the stream started because of dropped frames and connection problems, but it seems that we fixed it. Why are half of these not catching? Stop. Do you think a new wave of players will be attracted to SkyBlock in the future? If they make a few changes, maybe. For right now, it's not very new player friendly. I think I agree with Duralius if he's still here. What he said about Hina's chapters just being used as a system for every island, like, that makes a lot of sense. Like, I think every island needs a chapters system to guide players on how to do it, including the hub island, which maybe has an overarching theme of, like, if you complete the hub chapters, then that means you're like, oh, another wet book. Hey, 2 out of 5. Well, 2 out of 10 if I want to have it for both fishing rods. But, like, I don't know. I think something that guides new players along is needed. Clicking every NPC in the hub is stupid. I don't like that. It needs more short-term rewards. Yeah. It needs to hit those dopamine receptors. SkyBlock will live for a long time assuming no mistakes are made. Oh, they'll make mistakes and they'll survive some mistakes, but they just can't make a lot of mistakes or very severe mistakes. Which, again, I don't think they're going to do anymore. Things are going a good direction. I'm fishing for a fish the fish. That's a sentence. The ding sound effect from Skill XP single-handedly fried my dopamine receptors. You get used to it when you farm. There is a skyblock guide in the level system. Yeah, but it's not very well implemented. There's no reason to go back to it. It's all visual, like, no. You need an NPC that you can actually interact with that'll tell you directly. We're at 6 flex bones now with no fish to fish. I missed so much. You did. Gotta put those notifications on or join the Discord. If you want. But there's always the VOD if you want to watch it back. Yeah, they probably should remove the hub NPCs like the villagers. Like, who the hell cares? Maybe keep Jamie because he's the only one that actually is like good rogue sword. Yeah, maybe have Rogue Sword be a reward for the quest NPC. That wouldn't be a bad idea. They shadow patched stalking at 121. Well, it's not shadow patched. It's just the new version of the game doesn't have ghost blocks in the same way that the old version did. Hypixel didn't do anything. That's Mojang changing the code. I'm gonna head out 3 a.m. Yikers. I see a litter. Just watch. As soon as he leaves, we're gonna get fish the fish. Oh. Did you hear that, chat? Just popped my elbow. Hi, hello. Welcome to stream. How long you been fishing for? Feels like half the stream, but in this specific spot, probably like 30 minutes. Oh yeah, the fishing utility says almost exactly 30 minutes. Look at that. I can't get a single flex bone. Do you have the junk sinker or whatever it's called? That might be why. I don't know what the item's called. When I uploaded the YouTube short about it, a lot of people talked about that. Is pet luck now useless outside of dropping Scathus? Well, I guess dropping any pet, right? I hope you are well and keeping health a priority. I try. I haven't been great at it, but it's been better the past, like, month. Jade Dragon ate up all my money and now I can't one-tap Spirit Bear and M4. Rip. Is there a reason to do Kudra other than getting essence to upgrade the armor? You're gonna want Kraken shards to max out attributes. You'll technically get Ananke feathers to skip ahead of RNG meter. A lot of essence, obviously, for leveling up armor, getting all the armors in the first place, but that's barely anything. They probably need to add more valuable stuff to the loot pool, if I'm being real, with Kudra. It seems a little meh right now, unless you get a ton of essence, which maybe you do, but like... You do? I don't know. I think we need more stuff in the loot pool. God. How many times do I have to cast this stupid fishing rod? I think you've given me a problem. I'm watching you play SkyBlock while playing SkyBlock. Hell yeah. That's what they pay me for with the creator code. You're welcome, Hypixel. There's a reason that it's 3/4 of my income. I wish there was a way to, like, see the stats, you know? Do you think Hypixel knows how many of the players came from my videos and streams? It's probably a ridiculous number. Like, this is one of the few things in my life I'm allowed to brag about. Like, objectively speaking, again, I'm not gonna... This is gonna sound awful to say, but no one can argue this. There is not a single creator that has gotten more people to play this game than me. Over 6 years, bro. Maybe Techno. I think Techno might. But the thing is, I've added up the views, right? And I've just been doing it too long. I've just been uploading too many videos. He had an insane impact over those, like, that, like, year and a half, 2 years. But, like, 6 years. I've been doing this. I've gotten over, geez, 200 million views. Outstanding catch. Do you miss Time Dio making videos? All the time. I miss all the creators that left. I mean, obviously, especially Techno. Yeah, I don't know. A part of me hopes that Dio will come back, but I don't think so, to be real. You've definitely contributed to the most consistent players, but I think Techno was the most influx of players in a short term. Oh yeah, I'm not going to argue that. He had the biggest burst of players for sure. 100%. If you became a dev, would you stop making Iron Man videos? No. The only way I would become a dev is if they allow me to keep doing YouTube. How'd you level the useless pets? How I did it isn't relevant. How you should do it now is relevant. And that's loot share. Or not loot share. EXP share. It's a whole system now, not just an item. But you could get the item. And Glaciite Tunnels commissions with a mining XP boost on the pet. It is ridiculously fast. It's a system? Yeah, hold on. I can show you in a second. Right here. EXP sharing. I have a Phoenix getting some extra XP right now. You know, I guess I could put Jade Dragon there. Why not at this point? Whatever. There we go. What about Caduceus Feeder? I'd only suggest using that on Golden Dragon and Jade Dragon. It's kind of a waste putting it on anything else. Since when are you on Twitch? Since 6 years ago? Even longer, actually. Consistently since 4 years ago. And even then, there was about 6 months where I didn't stream there because of various problems with my mental health. But we chilling now. And I guess physical health in some ways. I like how my view count started going up in the past like 5 minutes. Why? I guess because I'm talking to chat. Oh, you know what we should do? We should turn this into a Q&A session. That could be fun. Hey, chat, what are you curious about ThirtyVirus? This could be interesting. How tall are you? 5'7". The exact average of a human male worldwide. If the average is in the US, that's not... It's 5'9", so I'm a little shorter than the US average. Did you ever go bald? I have very good genetics for hair. As a matter of fact, I have too much hair. I have to get it cut very frequently. It's annoying. But I'd rather that than, you know, the alternative. And my hairline is immaculate. Harry Potter IRL. If I had the circle glasses, I actually look kind of similar. It's kind of funny. Opinions on Linux kernel adding Rust-based code. Have fun, I guess. I don't know. I personally don't use Rust. I think it's kind of... It falls into that category of, like, trendy, like, ooh, let's make something in... I don't even know. It's been too long since I've done web dev. I know Rust isn't web dev, but it's, like, in that category of, like, hipster coding to me. You know what I mean? Hipster coding? I gotta think of one example, though. I don't know. It's been too long. Like, the things that use TypeScript or whatever. I don't know. I don't freaking know. I don't do web dev. I don't really like it. And I don't really do C either, so therefore I don't do much Rust. Have you ever shaved your head? Nope. What are your tips for university? Pay attention in class. Don't... It's so easy to get absorbed into your phone. No one's gonna tell you off for it. Don't do that. Favorite type of sandwich? I don't know. Grilled cheese, perhaps, is a really boring answer, but maybe it's a really good grilled cheese with a slice of ham in it. Did you go to uni? Yeah, it was the worst 4 years of my life. How'd you get into Minecraft? My friend in middle school told me about it, and he described it as a game where you mine blocks underground. And I saw some Flash game of like a 2D version of that concept and thought that's what it was. I'm like, oh, that sounds stupid. But then he came over to visit and we pirated the game. We got a version of alpha Minecraft from places you're not supposed to get it. And then we proceeded to play in 2-hour shifts all night. Pulled my first ever all-nighter until 11 a.m. the next morning. It was great. In our own worlds. 2 hours on, 2 hours off. on my crappy old Acer Aspire 1 5515 laptop with half a gig of RAM. Will you ever be able to move away from SkyBlock content? In my life, yes. On YouTube, I'm not sure. I think what's eventually going to happen is I am going to make games for real and actually be a game developer. Whether or not the channel can follow me there, we're yet to see. If I had a choice in the matter, I would become another like Code Bullet kind of character. That would be sick. Ooh, wet book number 3. Aha. What happened to Project Immortal? I just didn't have the time. SkyBlock takes way too many hours. That's another wet book. That's 4 of them. Woo. I find it funny how you started the old solo profile to prove that you were good at the game, and now you have an Iron Man at level 500. Yeah. That's what happens when you have a 6-year-long SkyBlock career. Let's see what other Q&A questions. Ooh, you know what? Back to favorite type of sandwich. I feel like the chicken tender pub sub from Publix with onion rings added to it. Now we're getting somewhere. Did you choose to live in Florida to avoid income tax? Yes. Also, I have family that lives here. And I hated shoveling. And the price isn't better. Or in general, are just better. The sub is legendary? It is. Although, the Firehouse Subs meatball sub is not a bad option either. Firehouse is mid. I think they need to salt things a bit more, but other than that, I like it. We need more Q&A questions. Chat. Now's your chance. You've been watching me for years, a lot of you. What do you want to know about ThirtyVirus? Other than my favorite sandwich. That is funny. Did you watch the Superman movie? No, but my roommate did and recommended it. Said it was good. If you could go back in time and change one thing without getting rich, what would that be? I've answered this question a few times. I don't know if I want to, but I at least want to see what that alternate reality would be like. The universe where instead of going 5 hours away to a private school, instead if I went to like the state school that was local so I could stay at home and still hang out with my friend group and potentially my girlfriend at the time, I want to see how that future would have turned out in 2018 or 2016, deciding not to move 5 hours away. I'm very curious what would have happened to me. Would my ex have not felt distant and decided not to cheat on me? Would my friends still be in a friend group with me and hang out and like do things in real life instead of just calling on Discord? Would I have even decided to play SkyBlock? I don't know. I'm curious. But like going back and actually changing things is rough because like the butterfly effect is insane. Like I tend to like the reality I'm living in. I've had a lot of problems, but like the person I've become, I feel like is very well adjusted, in a good position financially. Maybe not physically at the moment, but like I have the capacity to be in a good place physically. Like within 6 months, I could be at the best fitness of my life. And there's a lot of good things happening for me. So I don't know if I'd want to actually change it. But that would be one reality. Maybe another one would be like, let's think of another one. That's the answer I've already given. Let's see if I have another one. maybe if I decided to actually follow through with making Project Immortal instead of being a YouTuber, that would have been an interesting reality. What if I didn't go to college? Didn't you lose a ton of fat, though? What do you mean, not fit? Well, I'm in a good weight, but I don't have a lot of muscle. And I still kind of have a little bit of a gut, but, like, who doesn't, right? But, like, it's easy to be self-conscious after you go through a weight loss experience like that. What if you finished college? Yeah, that's another thing. Like, what would graduate ThirtyVirus look like? Or if I went for game design and development instead of computer science, what would that reality have looked like? On the first one, cheaters are going to cheat. It might have just happened later. Yeah, but I think I was the first person. Well, I think I was the first person she cheated on. Who knows, right? But I tend to think I was her first in a lot of things. Like, we were pretty young when we started dating, so I don't know. Why don't you swear? It's just too awkward. There's nothing else really to it. I have a bit of the tism, you know what I mean? Like, I just, if something doesn't feel right, I just don't do it. Like, it's not that deep. It's not like, I don't get offended when people swear. I don't even get offended when people call me swears. Like, it doesn't make a difference. I can hang out with a group of people that swear a lot and not be perturbed. But just the act of doing it myself is just so cringe. Like, it just doesn't sound right. I've tried it. It just, people have paid me to swear. It just sounds wrong. But I have no problem morally with a lot of swears. I think there's some words that are problematic, obviously, but, like, I disagree with the concept of problematic words because the intent's gonna be the same even if they don't use the actual word. So, like, I don't know. Are you religious? No. I grew up Christian/Catholic. Hated it. I hated the strictness of it. I'm a person that values freedom above all. I want the ability to choose what I'm going to do, where I'm going to go, who I'm going to interact with. And that rigid lifestyle of, like, especially, like, the literal, like, stand up, sit down, be at the bench, pray, say X, Y, and Z words in this order, and your life will be perfect. Like, and I think too much about the history of things and the, like, is modern religion actually what was intended if there is a creator, or is it just a misinterpretation by people that lived 2,000 years ago? Like, I don't know. Was something lost in translation? Probably. So, like, I'm too much of a free thinker. I can't just go along with what I'm told. I wish I could. Oh, I wish I could. My life would be so much less stressful. My biggest fear is non-existence. Number one fear above everything else. I don't even care about the act of dying. If I die and respawn, I'm chilling. Like, but just after. It's horrifying. And I wish I could just believe that there's something after. And if you can, that's great. More power to you, but I just simply can't. It's not a decision. It is or it isn't. Does the heat death of the universe scare you then? Well, it happened long after my natural lifespan. I've already said this on stream. I have a little bit of headcanon of, like, what could possibly happen. And I'm gonna TLDR it for you. Let's assume there's two big assumptions that need to be made for my theory to be true. Assumption 1 is that the Big Bang happened. Assumption 2 is that the Big Bang is part of a cycle. Right? Starts with explosion. The universe expands, expands, expands. All the energy dissipates evenly. Heat death. Gravity pulls everything back together again to a singularity. And then once all the mass, all the matter, all the energy in the universe compresses into that one point again. Boom, it explodes again. And the cycle continues. In a sense, all the matter in the universe is jumbled up, spread around, and sent back out again. And when you're dead, you don't have a perception of time. So what happens when the cells, the atoms that make up your body, you know, decay, whatever, after you're gone, and are sent back into the singularity? Millions, trillions, quadrillions, googleplexes of universe cycles later, your exact configuration of your atoms come back together again the exact same way they did the first time. It's statistically 100% chance of happening if the universe is infinite. Would your consciousness just reappear? Would you close your eyes and die, and then, from your perspective, instantaneously open them back up again in a new body? I don't know. That's my headcanon. Makes logical sense. Oh, thank you for that Prime sub, by the way. Green MT in Italian. Quantum immortality. Is that what it's called? This was my headcanon for years now. It's been like 3 years since I came up with this theory. I wouldn't be surprised if other people came to the same conclusion. But anyway. That's, I don't know if I'd say belief. That's a strong word, but it's a compelling theory I have. So no, I'm not religious. Is consciousness copy by reference or copy by value? Yeah, that's another problem. It's like maybe it has nothing to do with matter. Maybe the secret sauce is the connections between your brain cells. Oh, God. I feel like religious people are very closed off in thinking. I think there's closed-minded people that gravitate to things like extreme religion. I don't see a problem with casually following a religion and not being 100% sure. That's almost a good thing. That means you're free thinking. You're still kind of, you know, questioning things. But like, if you're completely absorbed by it, and not just religion, but politics too. If someone's like far right or far left, super religious or super, I don't know, atheistic, it's just closed-mindedness in general, I think. So I think it's less so that religion makes people closed-minded. I think it's that closed-minded people tend to gravitate towards like particular sects, CTS of religion that are more strict, if that makes sense. It's basically the theory that you can't perceive death, so you just transfer consciousness. Basically just doesn't ever end. There's a Wikipedia page on it. Well, okay, there was a question about worst trip experience. I don't know if people know this about me, but I said this earlier in stream. I've had a few encounters with psychedelics. Not recommending people do it, but I've had a few. And after having experienced it a few times and watching videos about it many times, people tend to claim there's a place where your consciousness goes between runs, so to speak. If you count each life as like a run of a video game, and there's like entities that claim to like know you. I haven't experienced that, for the record, but it's a very compelling theory that there's like another place where your consciousness goes that is like a different reality to this one, or a level up from this one. It's very interesting. And people tend to claim that like we all come from the same consciousness and rejoin with that consciousness and then separate again in a cycle. It's very weird. Ask ChatGPT to give you a statistically average trip experience, trip report for like DMT or something. It's very interesting. Have you experienced ego death? No. That is a bucket list item for me for sure, but I want to be safe about it, and yeah. So I'm not really gonna Not really, not a goal for the next like year or two. I don't think. I think I need to, after that whole weed experience, I need to, or the withdrawal experience, I need to let my brain stop simmering from that. I don't know. Top 5 TV shows. Breaking Bad, Futurama, Parasite the Maxim. There's a few other. I did like the OG Pokemon, but nah. Better Call Saul. I'll lump that in with Breaking Bad. Jimmy Neutron. That's a niche pick right there. And Rick and Morty. True. Oh, wait. Invincible. That has to be in there somewhere. Ooh. True. Do you agree that politics have ruined many human interactions and experiences? I think people need an outlet to just be insane through, and politics just so happens to be one of them. But I think the real problem is algorithmic echo chambers that kind of shoves people that way when they don't necessarily need to go there. That's a problem. Do you think it's possible for organisms to exist in higher dimensions? I have no idea. That's like asking a two-dimensional creature if three-dimensional creatures exist. There's no way to know, in my opinion. Sure, maybe. No idea. Sometimes you gotta just know what you don't know. You gotta be confident in that not knowing. And that is one of them. Have you studied any kind of philosophy? No, but I've spent a lot of time in my own thoughts. I think I've trailblazed a lot of philosophy on my own. Your opinion on AI. Overall, it's good, but it could be used for bad. What you were saying about have a 100% chance of being reincarnated by your theory, do you think our lives would play out exactly the same or not? I mean, yes and no. If it's infinite, then this has already happened before, and it will happen again, but so will every iteration of every slightly different way of it playing out, which is insane to think about. Especially if there's a multiverse. Whew! If there's a multiverse. Oh boy. This conversation could be happening several times simultaneously. And it could be an incalculable amount of years from now. The universe might have reset 10 trillion times. Who knows? We can't know what's happened before. Yeah, all information would get wiped in all energy being sent to the singularity again, yeah. There'd be no way to know. Unless the people tripping on various psychedelics have some substance to their theory. Maybe there is a plane of existence above this one where consciousness lies. Who knows? It sounds insane, but we don't know anything about it, so it might as well be possible. But it's just as equally not possible. How do you visualize your thoughts? Yeah, no, we had this conversation earlier. That only happens if I'm like in between wake and sleep. This is what I've been saying for years. If there's a multiverse, that means somewhere out there this exact moment's happening right now. Or slightly a different version. Maybe you chose a different word in that sentence and that's the only difference. remember one story that really stuck with me was the purple lady story. It was on like this channel that was like doing like cartoon drawings of trip reports, and this guy mentioned like meeting a purple lady, and that entity claimed that it was in a relationship with him, but like on this upper plane, and was like jealous of his girlfriend in this reality, and like knew, and they've been together for lifetimes. Like, sure, that could just be 100% made up by his own brain in a tripping state, but like, when another human being that's separate to you brings up the purple lady and you've never mentioned it, like, I don't know. That one has me very confused. That one has me perplexed. The full story is that he got his friend to then trip later, like months later, and never told him about his first experience. And then the other guy mentioned the same entity talking about him. Like, it's like, oh, do you know such and such? Oh, yeah. I saw him here a few months ago. Like, how? I don't understand that. How do you think time travel would work? It wouldn't, because we've never seen any proof of a time traveler. Simple. If time travel was possible, we would have seen it all throughout history. There's no way that people would be that good at hiding it. And if it's a universe with as many years in it as this, I mean, there's trillions of years in the future. And you're telling me not a single individual got caught? No. No. It'd be like that episode of Rick and Morty with the snakes, where it would just be hundreds of them teleporting to the same time and place. Like, it would be overwhelmed with time travelers. Would you rather grow 2 feet or shrink 2 feet? Oh, I think both of those would be horrible. So would I rather be 7'5"? Or like... Oh. Uh-oh. Is that Hypixel or me? Chat? Would I be 5'7"? Well, 5'7" now. So would I rather be 3'7" or 7'7"? Ugh. That's a tough question, man. They're both horrible. I think either way, I would probably die an early death, but at least like 3'7". I feel like there's evidence of people at that height existing and living some semblance of a normal lifespan. So maybe that one? If I was 7'7", my heart just wouldn't be able to handle it, and I would just die. Seven, you're in the NBA making $15 million an hour. No, 7'7" is so freakishly tall that your body wouldn't work. But why is it in like the Avengers you travel to a past and create a new timeline different from the one you're from? I just don't think that's how it would work. Unless the multiverse theory is a thing, but then it's not time travel. You're just going to a different section of the multiverse that just so happens to be that number of years behind. So you're really just dimension hopping. But since everything played out the same, just at a delay, if you're going back in time, it would feel like time travel. No, time travel is definitely not possible. 100%. Zero. Like, there's no way that is possible. You wouldn't know if time travel happened? Yes, you would. Yes, we would. You would see examples of people that have technology that doesn't fit in their time. Of course you would see it. Again, there's trillions of years ahead of us. That means, like, there's, like, actual trillions of people that could have gone back in time to visit any other time, including the past and the present, and they haven't. Like, no. Even if there was a law, like, you can't go before 2025, there's going to be criminals that don't follow that rule. Like, no, it's not possible. There is no way that you can time travel because there's no evidence of it. Like, it's a simple... Like, this is the most simple question to answer. Now, forwards time travel and time dilation using gravity, that is real. Like Inception? Not Inception. Interstellar. That's a thing. But you can't go backwards. You cannot travel backwards. You also have to consider if there's trillions of years ahead of us, is 2025 really important enough to care about? Yeah. I don't think you guys realize it, but we're experiencing the greatest period of development of the human species ever. Up until this point. Like, we're gonna get to a point where humans can't progress much farther. We're gonna max out. And we haven't done that yet. Like, think about it. In my lifetime alone, like smartphones, artificial intelligence. Like, what? People are gonna want to see how that happened. This is the most interesting time of human history up until this point, and maybe even ever. The only way we get more interesting than this is if we find aliens. Like, honestly. Didn't the government come out a few years ago confirming aliens were real? I don't know about that, but they did say something, that there was like a UFO they couldn't explain. My opinion on that should be pretty obvious in my opinion. I think aliens are real. I just think they're too far away for us to meet. Like, that's really as simple as it gets. The scale of the universe is so insane. Like, we just cannot travel the distance to meet them. And again, if they haven't visited us yet, that means no civilization has the technology to meet us. Light's too slow. I think the distance is too far. People's idea of aliens is not exactly what they are. Yeah. Like the whole, like, gray men on the moon thing. No. Are we talking microorganisms too? Well, then it gets into, like, specifics, like, I don't know. If, let's say we brought bacteria onto the moon on the OG moon landing, and some of it survived because there are extremophiles out there. There are actual organisms that will survive in those conditions. And they bred and multiplied on the moon in the past, like, 70 years. Is that an alien? Maybe? Maybe somewhere in the oceans of Titan? I don't know. You know, the other funny thing, too, is if aliens were real, visiting our planet would be horrible unless we have some, like, shared lineage, because they wouldn't be able to digest our food. They wouldn't be able to breathe our air, probably. Their biology would be so different that they wouldn't be able to extract nutrients from our environment. Because they're just not... Like, everything we consume has some similarity to us. Like, you know, there's some statistic out there that we're like 98% genetically similar to like a potato or something. Like 98% of the DNA is the same. It's like everything technically is all interconnected. It's all a bunch of puzzle pieces made to fit one another. Your opinion on aliens putting us here to farm gold for them? If they have the technology to do that, they'd be much better off just mining an asteroid for gold. There'd be no reason for us to exist other than some kind of study on life. As someone who hasn't logged in since the Foraging update and hates mining trees, would you say the update's good? Yes. It's a lot better than Foraging pre-update. Much, much, much better. Infinitely better. If you think about it, there's literally no chance that there aren't aliens. Look at the planets that are similar to Earth, like the Keplers. There's just too many planets. There's too much universe out there to have it all just be dead. There's no way. Like, humans that believe that we're all there is are so close-minded. There's so much universe out there, dude. Like, a number of planets that, like... Is there a known number of planets? I don't even think so. Because it's like... Maybe in the Milky Way we can calculate how many planets there are, but what about the neighboring galaxies? And... Nah, it's insane. There has to be other life. But I don't think we're gonna meet them. Unless we figure out wormhole tech or some crap, but like... The tech obviously doesn't exist anywhere else, because if it did, we would have been visited by now, probably. So we would be the first. Then again, with the distances being so far, you could look at the Earth from like 10 trillion light years away, and you won't see humans. Because you're seeing a snapshot of what the Earth was like back then. So. So maybe... Yeah. Maybe the great distance is another reason we haven't been detected or met, is because humans would have to exist for thousands and thousands, millions of years in order to be spotted by some alien civilization. Did they add a new use for Flexbound? No, they just were dumb and made it so that Hino's chapters requires fish to fish, even if you've gotten it already, so I need it a second time. Have you gotten mob to fish? Yes, I got really lucky at the start of stream. Let's go back to Q&A. I think we have extinguished that line of thinking. I haven't thought this much in a while. Welcome to my brain. It's a near daily basis. It drives me a little insane. Would you learn a martial art? I already have. Black belt in Taekwondo. Rank 1, though. But Still technically black belt. I wouldn't mind doing another martial art. I think I said this earlier in stream. I wouldn't mind going to like a dojo like once or twice a week. That'd be kind of cool. Did you hear about what Simon said yesterday? I did. And I wish him luck. It would be nice if Hightail actually did happen at the end of the day. Have you ever gone on holiday to a different country? I went to Cancun once. I went to the border of Canada once. I visited Niagara Falls on the Canada side. That was cool. That was about it. I do want to visit other countries at some point, but I'd rather be in a place financially where, like, getting $2,000 plane tickets isn't going to break the bank. I'm not quite there yet. I think if a trip costs more than $1,000, I have to rethink if it's worth doing. Like, in total. Not just transportation, but room and board, food, event tickets, whatever. Can we have a hairline check? It's exactly the same as it's always been. Just normal hairline. Haven't lost any. I like the ThirtyVirus in the background. It looks professional. Yeah. It was a gift from my ex. Which we have no bad blood or anything like that. She was nice. I wish her well. Nah, it's all good. We're chilling. It was a great idea, though. I would have done the same had someone told me, hey, you should have like a ThirtyVirus logo somewhere. Besides gaming, what other hobbies do you have? Well, once I get back into it, I did really enjoy the gym when that was a regular thing. I love biking. Like riding my bike around, just the feeling of the wind in my face and like the exercise and moving quickly is something I enjoy, but not to the point where it's dangerous. Like, you know, I'm not going to be 0 to 60 in a Tesla now. No thanks. But like, you know what I mean? Coding. Although I have expressed an interest to make it my career, up until this point, it's really just a hobby. I don't know if I'd say I'm a psychonaut, but I wanted to be for a while. I guess you can call that a hobby, maybe. Probably not. Philosophy, like what we've been talking about. Skiing? Too much equipment. Also, there's no snow where I live. I used to like hiking. Like, I'm an Eagle Scout. Camping. Can't do much of that in Florida either, but I used to like that a lot. Martial arts. You know, I would like to get back into martial arts. My roommates got me to play Magic the Gathering recently. That was fun. So far, I've played 3 games and won 2 out of the 3, which is kind of insane. Not to brag. What made you suspect that you have an ASD? It wasn't like a single event. It's just realizing facts about myself over time. Like, I could never do eye contact. Like, eye contact makes me extremely uncomfortable. For more than, like, a second or two. Like, maximum 2 seconds. I have to look away and then look back. Like, I can't just stare in one person's face. Like, no. My texture problem with foods. I think it's called ARFID. I don't remember what that stands for, but certain textures, especially like vegetables mixed in with something, Can't do salads, can't do soup, can't do a lot of things like onion in a meatball, for example. Like, I walk on my toes. My heels are usually not touching the ground when I walk, which is apparently a telltale sign of ASD. I tend to hyperfixate on things. My attention wanders constantly. There's a long list. My Myers-Briggs is INTJ, statistically the most likely Myers-Briggs type to be on the spectrum. For all 4 letters. So, yeah, I think it's safe to say that I have it. I had an experience with psychedelics, but I suffered from derealization like a year ago, so I will not be touching it again. I mean, Datura, bro? Nah. That's crazy. Having done a good bit of research on pretty much every psychoactive substance, Datura's like... You don't want to go anywhere near Datura, dude. Like, talking about, like... Okay. There's a story that Fezzi told me. Apparently, there was some house that the people living there thought it was haunted because they would see things. They would see creatures in doorways. They would hear sounds that weren't there. They would see fires that didn't exist. And the geometry of the house would change. Like horror movie stuff. They got an exorcist to come in and get rid of the spirits. Turns out their water supply had been contaminated with Datura. Their literal water lines had Datura plants that it was flowing through. They actually saw it. Like, when people visualize, like, oh, what a mushroom trip looks like, it's like, you don't literally see entities like that. But with Datura, that's not a psychedelic. That is a deliriant. That's a whole different class of substance. That's scary, dude. Nah. Stay the hell away from Datura. Not to mention it's deathly poisonous if you have too much, and you could die. It is a poison. So, yeah. I would suggest staying very far away. Although the trip reports are insane. It's Hammer, thank you for the 5. Today I watched 2 Marvel movies and bro is still live. What are you yapping about? All sorts of stuff, honestly. Are diagnosed with ASD? No. I want to, though. So I could get some proper therapy for it, maybe. My neighbors grew in their yard. I was a kid like 15, 16 and thought it looked cool, and it did not turn out well. I barely remember anything from that year. Oh my god. I remember not being able to feel my face. How much did you have? Oh, that's horrible. Well, I hope you're better now. Damn. I'm a weirdo and didn't do anything, not even drink. I stay away from all that stuff. Honestly, you're better for it. Like, I can tell you, you're doing a good thing. Stay away from it. Like, sober life is more than good enough, trust me. There's a give and take with every substance. You think you've gotten away with it, and you have not. You eventually find out. You do. Even caffeine. But less so than the others, obviously. What do you get on burgers? It's a good way to see how picky you are. No lettuce, tomato, pickles. If there are onions, it has to be onion rings, battered and fried, with the outer skin removed so it doesn't pull when you bite it, which is disgusting. But, no. Yeah, like basically no veggies. But frizzled onions that have been fried, onion rings, cheese, mayonnaise, mustard, ketchup, like all that stuff is fine. Caramelized onions? Nope, can't do it. They're too slimy. Ugh. Ugh. What about celery? Vegetable hairs are very gross. But if it's just celery I'm eating, I can handle it. Oh yeah, bacon's good. Yep. But not grilled onion, can't do it. The only way I could have tomato is if it's like battered and fried and all semblance of like moisture has been removed. Or very little moisture left. What was your favorite childhood sport? Soccer. I used to do it twice a week for like 8 or 9 years. I love soccer though. I always used to play defense. What is that? Do you eat the bones of stuff? I feel like I'm gonna choke and die if I swallow a piece of bone. What do you mean? Nah. No, I do not eat any kind of bones. Like, I'm not just gonna eat a whole chicken wing like that. That sounds like it's hazardous to my health. Oh, thank you for another 5, Hammer. Anyways, I gotta go watch Guardians of the Galaxy. Good choice. Figured I'd stop by just to see what's going on. Enjoyed the movie, man. Thank you, thank you. I'm trying to think if there's any other interesting details about my past. I don't know. What do you think of Guardians 3? I'll be 100% honest. I don't remember if I've even seen 3. I remember the events that have happened in that franchise. I just don't remember what movie they belong to, if that makes sense. I'm starting to realize I might have the same ARFID symptoms as you when it comes to textures. Yep, it's pretty common from what I've heard, actually. We're 30, we are going to put you in the Hightail movie. You'll be a character. Hell yeah. Hydration? Ah, yes. What character you want to play? Myself. I don't know. Self-insert into the movie. Based on the current state of America, do you think the American dream still exists? As in single income households, being able to get a house, a car, wife and 2 kids, right? That's the white picket fence. Like, that's the American dream, right? For most people, no. Let me look something up real quick. I'm curious. United States top 1% income annually. To be in the top 1% of income earners in the United States, you need to earn $800K annually. Okay, that's... How about top 10%? 191,000. You have to be in the top 10% of the population to live the American dream. So for 90% of Americans, no. That sucks. Why? Okay, why can I not damage you? Changed lobby. Hold on. A few things we need to do. Thing 1. What's that noise? Oh, my fan's a little... it's making a little bit of noise. let's put... We can keep those there. Put those away. Put all the wet books away for now. It was a setup to ask 30 how much money he makes. Haha, you have been foiled. But not realistically though, I mean, making like, if there's one income earner in the house, 200K in most places would be enough for a house, car, family, kids. But like, yeah, that's like top 10% of the population. And if you want to be super lenient about it, maybe that 10% is the one income earner, and then there'd be another identical number of people that are just the spouses of these income earners that are not making that much. So maybe top 20% of people. So for 80% the population, no, the American dream is dead. Are you living the American dream? Not quite yet. Don't have the wife and kids. I'm a gambling man, 20% hits often. Yeah, but each roll is a human lifetime. The thing is, right? 20% might only be able to reach that American dream, but I don't think there's anything wrong with renting. You know? You don't have to have a house. It makes things more stable, sure, but like, that's not a requirement. Have you ever used Linux? A few times. If so, would you consider switching? No. Nah. I only put effort into super difficult tasks unless the payoff is very high, and I don't need more value than I get out of Windows. I just don't. Yeah, I don't know. I think that, like, the economic situation, honestly in the world, but, like, especially in the US right now, is not good. I genuinely don't know what I would have done had I not made this my job, being a YouTuber. Like, scary thought. It's the reason why I wouldn't change much if I was able to go back in time. This is a delicate situation from a time travel point of view. Because, like, it's my opinion that college is for 99%, okay, maybe not 99, like 90% of people, college is not worth it. Straight up. If you're not a doctor or a lawyer or some other profession that needs the certification, college is probably not gonna help you much. I mean, think about how many people that have computer science degrees that are working at like a Wendy's. Like, that was my fate. Well, maybe not. I don't know. But, like... And forget about it if you got a liberal arts degree. I mean, that's a guarantee you're not going to get a liberal arts job. It's freaky, man. Soon the AI jobs are going to overtake all the normal jobs. There's not going to be a reason for a cashier if you could order off of a tablet. There's not going to be a reason for a chef if you have Flippy making burgers in the back. It's not going to be a reason for a CPA if all your taxes are auto-calculated by a program that scans every single transaction you make and just spits out an answer. Like, what if Rocket Money just decided to do taxes with AI? They have all your financial information, auto-files everything. You don't need a CPA. Even lawyers. Isn't the whole point of being a lawyer to be able to pick one little piece of information out of thousands of case studies or case laws, whatever? Like, that's what AI is really good at if it doesn't hallucinate. Doctors, too. I mean, there's already surgeries being done over the internet. And who's to say that every single movement a human makes with the machine over the internet to do surgery, all of those movements aren't being saved and stored somewhere for AI training data? I think content creation and creative fields in general are like going to be some of the last jobs left. Because yeah, AI can do that too, but people follow personalities. So maybe it's gonna, I don't know, man. I think it is inevitable that we're going to have a UBI. There is no way we don't. There's going to be too many people that cannot get jobs. And unless the US wants to have an uprising, then they're going to have to start giving people free money. There's no way around it. AI entertainment's gotten too much backlash. Yeah, but you're not thinking how it's going to actually be implemented, though. It's not going to be, I want a documentary about the origins of modern bananas. Like, you could just type that into a prompt and get something, but it's going to be garbage. Like, there'll still be a person doing at least a bullet point outline of how things go. They're going to do their research with AI. They're going to generate the visuals with AI, but there's still going to be a person doing all that. But the problem is, instead of 10,000 YouTube channels doing that, there's going to be like 100 pumping out 10x, 100x the amount of videos, right? And it's going to be so good that you won't be able to tell the difference. So it's not that it's going to replace all jobs, but it's going to empower a small percentage to do all of it. And that's how coding's going to work. Developers are screwed. Most government jobs don't need to exist, like people that work at the IRS. That won't be necessary. At some point, cops are going to be too risky to send out into the field, so they'll just send like a Boston Dynamics robot dog to get the dirty work done, to, you know. It's crazy, dude. It's going to be a weird future. Humans are expensive. And you know what's even crazier? We just dropped the fish. Yes! Ah! Oh my god, it's right there. That's the last thing. Okay, I'm gonna finish that thought before we go into content mode. Okay. The question is that thought still in my brain? Oh, right. We're already doing a UBI. You know what it is? Middle management jobs. How many people do you know that they sit behind a desk in a cubicle somewhere and they do a bunch of busy work and not much else? I was in a job like that for a little while. I was on the books because it was good for their taxes. I was given 1/10 the amount of work I could do in that given amount of time. Those people already are living in a UBI. Their job doesn't need to exist, but it does because of some artificial influence. I'm just saying. Like, do we really need someone behind the counter at a Wendy's? No. Put a tablet. Easy. Like, straight up. people working the drive-thru. That job literally doesn't need to exist anymore. Anyways, fish the fish. Let us teleport back to you. Ah, that was so annoying. That was the worst. Oh my god, look at all this. 20,000 Heart of the Forest XP. 10,000 Forest Whispers. That's disappointing. 10,000 Forest Whispers? Oh, you know what? Let's have our Jade Dragon out for this. There we go. 150,000 Foraging XP. 20,000 Hunting Experience. 100 Forest Essence. Okay. Yeah, the Forest Whispers needs to go from 10,000 to 100,000. I'd even say 300,000. The Forest Essence, how about 2,000? And also give us more things to buy. Please and thank you. Okay. Ah, there it is. There it is. Hina's chapters are done. You've done what few even try. Each creature you met, each tree you felled. I don't care about the rest. Okay, it's done. Ooh. Now let's redeem all these shards as well. And then we could do slash shards. I didn't redeem all of them from that fishing earlier, but 31 shards across 2 families. What is that? It was Tad Gang and Hydra? Emperor? I think it was Emperor. Yes. That's the Tad Gang one, and then Sea Wisdom. I think that's Emperor. I'm pretty sure. Plus 2 SkyBlock XP. Hell yeah. You literally fished for exactly how much I calculated. Statistically average rates. Let's go. So, what to do now? Let's see. I don't need to fish anymore unless I want to go back to bestiary, but I'll save that for another time. So, boop, boop, boop. Belt. Glove. Amulet. We can put the flex bones away. In here. Oh, you know what, too? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wet books. Do I put these on Rod of the Sea, or should I put it on my magma rod? Let's put it on the magma rod, or whatever it's called. Hellfire rod. Because you need more fishing speed in lava. Oop. There it is. And I guess we could give the rest to Rod of the Sea. How many do we have? 2. Sure. Why not? A 1. A 2. Nice. Put that back there. Put that there. We don't even need this fish to fish. Doesn't matter. I guess we'll just throw it in there. And I think we can start foraging again. What's good, man? Hey, what's up? Everyone's still talking about AI. I think maybe we've been streaming almost 6 hours. That's kind of crazy, actually. You know what? I think I'm going to do myself a favor and eat some food. So let's call it a stream. I think what I'm going to do off camera is we are going to level up the Jade Dragon. It's at level 82. Not bad for a first session. I'm going to hatch it and then try to get it as high a level as I can by next stream. And we'll move on from there. Existential crisis with ThirtyVirus. Welcome to my brain every day. Let's pick some better topics, or not better, but let's pick some more uplifting topics next time, I guess. It's funny. All right, man. Well, it was a good stream. I'm happy to see that the stream survived another connection problem, which is hopefully perma-fixed now because we're not using that stupid router anymore. But yeah, I guess for right now, that's it. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Now, see you guys later. At least plug your code. And merch. I don't got merch. I already plugged the code at the start. Bye.